take their seats. KIIT deemed to be university, India's first 5-star rated university in the QS ratings of 2021, is among the top 10 private institutions in country to have received the Institution of Eminence status by Ministry of HRD, Government of India. In the NRI of India rankings of 2023, KIIT was ranked 16th nationwide. KIIT has also been ranked in 601 to 800 in the Times Higher Education World University rankings for the year 2023. KIIT was felicitated as India's most influential educational brand 2022 at the 18th Asian Business Social Forum held at New Delhi.
Excelling not only in terms of education but also in sports and extracurriculars, 3 delegates from university represented India in Tokyo Olympics 2021 and 3 students represented India at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games 2022. We are delighted to share that KIIT, along with its sister university KISS, hosted the first ever Janjatiya Khel Mahotsav 2023. Recently, Amlan Borgohain from KIIT has won a bronze medal in the 200 meters race at the World University Games held in China.
KIIT deemed to be university, having a student strength of 30,000 across 65 countries, along with its sister university, Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, which recently won International Green Gown Award 2023, is the world's first fully exclusive free tribal university for 60,000 tribal children. These universities were founded by Professor Dr. Achyuta Samanta, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, a visionary, social architect, and philanthropist, and one of India's greatest educational leaders. Of education, he was awarded 53 doctorates by various institutions across the globe.
Professor Samanta embarked on a social development mission in 1992 using education as the strategic medium to eradicate poverty, a goal envisaged by the global leaders as one of the sustainable development goals. KIIT School of Management, Bhubaneswar is one of the top B schools in India. It is a part of KIIT deemed to be university. It also got the Best B School of Odisha by Times Business Awards 2020 and Life Membership Award by Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia.
Our knowledge partner for this conclave is Contempor, which deals with knowledge and business solutions. Contempor provides transformative business solutions which will help US businesses cope with present and future challenges in the areas of talent and human resource management.
I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Isha Mishra, convener HR Conclave, to set the context of the conclave. Professor Mishra has over 25 years of experience in all gamuts of HR in varied sectors: education, power, telecom, and port, both at corporate and site. This includes experience in strategic and operational HR. Ma'am, we request you to kindly set the context.
Thank you, students. A very good morning. Esteemed Honorable Samanta in absentia, dignitaries on the dais, revered Professor Sashmita Samanta Madam, Vice Chancellor KIIT, deemed to be university. Respected Professor Kumar Mohanty, Director Corporate Relations, Professor Sumita Mishra, Dean Madam, KIIT School of Management, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished Samir Panda sir in absentia, Vice President, KIIT deemed to be University. Sorry, sir, I did not see you. Illustrious Professor Saranjit Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University. This is in absentia. Honored guests from eminent corporates, faculty colleagues, non-teaching colleagues, and my dear students. The world has a great prospect to become more sustainable and inclusive by 2050. And the choices that it makes during this decade will determine whether it succeeds. B20, the official G20 dialogue forum with the global business community, also centers around the overall vision of RAISE, responsible, accelerated, innovative, sustainable, and equitable businesses. One of the targets of Sustainable Development Goals has been to promote creation of decent jobs, entrepreneurship, and formalization of growth of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Businesses can lead on Goal 8, decent work and economic growth, by investing in innovation, labor, and capital to achieve strong, sustainable, and equitable economic growth. There are a number of strategies that have been adopted by businesses in this regard to close this sustainability gap. Keeping this in mind, the 14th National HR Conclave is based on the theme, Building Sustainable Inclusive Future, the Role of Business, Leveraging HR Technology for Competitive Advantage. The conclave has two panel discussions which will follow the inaugural session. The first panel shall discuss on the topic, Demographic Dynamics for Increased Sustainability. The second panel shall discuss on the theme, Occupational Opportunities for a Sustainable Future. It has been witnessed that trends in demography and sustainable development work in collaboration. Post-lunch, we have in store innovative workshops termed Synergistics, named after our vibrant HR club Synergy. These provide an excellent forum for industry stalwarts to engage in perceptive discussions with groups of selected and interested students. The topics of these workshops are based on the main theme of the conclave. We are extremely fortunate to have with us guest speakers from diverse areas who will be taking us through critical enablers of sustainability and inclusivity through their rich experience and practice. With that, I thank you all and welcome you all to the 14th National HR Conclave.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening words. We are happy to have with us Professor Dr. Sumita Mishra, Dean, KIIT School of Management, with us to welcome the guests. Professor Mishra is alumnus of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and she has completed her PhD from MDI Gurgaon. With 15 prolific years in academics, she has contributed to research in the domain of organization theory, organization culture, training, transfer, and HR analytics. And she has also presented papers in national and international conferences. Ma'am, we request you to welcome the guests.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University, esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University, respected Vice President, KIIT deemed to be University, valued guests in panels and workshops, respected Director Corporate Relations, my colleague and convener of the conclave, faculty colleagues, members of the Corporate Relations team, and my dear students. It is my proud privilege to welcome all on the occasion of the 14th National HR Conclave on the theme, Building a Sustainable Inclusive Future, the Role of Business Leveraging HR Technology for Competitive Advantage. The conclaves have always represented an important forum to get connected with our industry counterparts and encouraging our students to engage in dialogue with experts. The 14th National HR Conclave is the first of our annual conclaves in the year 2023. In the execution of the different editions of the conclaves, university leadership has guided us all throughout. I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am for her inspiring presence and continual support. Thank you, ma'am, for supporting us in all our endeavors at the school. The day-long event of the conclave has two panels. I welcome our esteemed panelists of our first panel on the sub-theme Demographic Dynamics for Increased Sustainability, Dr. Tanaya Mishra, Mr. Somnath Bhagavatutula, Mr. Ravi Kumar, Ms. Pia Shome, and Mr. Gaurav Saini. The second panel of the day on the topic Occupational Opportunities for a Sustainable Future has experts from varied domains, and I welcome all our esteemed panelists, Ms. Richa Verma Agarwal, Mr. Sumit Niyogi, Mr. Sahil Nair, Mr. K.A. Unni Nair, and Mr. Amit Kataria. The afternoon of the day is focused on in-depth workshops on different topics aligned with the overall theme of the conclave. I welcome all experts who would facilitate these workshops, Mr. Prasad Rautrai, Ms. Shubhangi Arora, Mr. Sahil Nair, Ms. Yogja Singh, Mr. Prashant Sahai, Ms. Monica Marwa, Mr. Sharthak Achari, and Mr. Amit Kataria. I thank you all on behalf of the school for having come out here despite your busy schedules. A warm welcome to all of you once again and wishing the conclave all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. We have the pleasure to have with us Professor Dr. Sashmita Samanta, Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University in today's conclave. Professor Samanta is an accomplished academician and administrator with more than 2.5 decades of experience in strategizing excellence in professional and technical education. Ma'am, we request you to address the gathering.
Very good morning to one and all present here. Our honorable founder, who is not present here, but I think that is the icon of human development in the world. All the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, both from KIIT and corporates present here. Our Vice President, Sri Samir Pondasar, and all the students of School of Management present here. Today, we all are discussing about human dignities, human rights, and I think that it is being discussed in each and every level, in national level, international level, even in institutions, corporates. And while we are discussing this, I think many things are coming to us in different way. Because yesterday while I attended one meeting in Delhi, and day before yesterday also another one meeting with many ministers of Government of India, there also the things were being discussed that in this country, how we can more focus on human dignity and human rights. And when that is happening, and today all the professionals in human resource management are present here, I think in the boardroom of human resource management, the topic on self-actualization, topic on human dignity, human rights, it's discussed like normally as we discuss in everyday life what to do, what not to do. And all the human rights practitioners present here, they must be agreeing with that. But up to what extent? Up to what extent when we discuss all those things, it is being maintained, it is coming to the ground level. That only can make the differences. Till now we are discussing that if our processes, systems are being automated, there is no human intervention in between, then perhaps the people's rights are communicated them properly, it is more transparent, and after that we are thinking that perhaps this also automation is taking out all our humanized sense, emotions, and again we are thinking that there should be some human consideration or humanization, and that should be brought to the technology in a different way. When the direct human intervention was there, it was a problem for us. Again, we are thinking that to bring that humanization into the technology, as it will not be so bureaucratic, it will be just, it will be sensible, it will be having enough capabilities to understand the emotions. And the whole country now, because of its demographic dividend, we all are discussing that how this country will grow fast. And the two concepts of this country, two basic concepts for which this country is known in this world. One is its rich culture. While we say culture, it is based on its emotions, and I think that all the cultures are the reflections of emotions only. We are trying to base on that, reflections on emotions. Second is that when this country is growing, we are thinking that how to take its intellectual capital to the world. Maybe this country is known for its culture, and it was known for its knowledge way back. And after COVID, I don't know whether demographic dividend is responsible for that, or maybe in the way we have addressed to the problems in COVID, that has given us different identity in this globe. Whole world is looking towards us that this country is the epitome of knowledge, and that knowledge should be spread across the world to solve lots of human problems, lots of national problems, lots of international problems. What is the reason? I don't know what has happened, but this transformation has happened, and we all are witnessing that in last couple of years, maybe 3-4 years. And while doing that, everybody in this country is focusing on inclusive growth. Though we stand for culture, we are saying reflections on our emotions. Everybody was saying, I remember while we are in the college, we are being taught that we all Indians are too much emotional, so we all should be professionals. We should not be emotionals. But now the concept is changing, and we are saying that yes, all professionals should be emotional, and emotions cannot be away from profession. So in second, while we are saying that India is the epitome of knowledge because of its diversity, because in this world, when we talk about diversity, when we talk about equality, our policies and processes are put in place, I think that can be the model for the world. While this country is focusing on entrepreneurship and Make in India concept, or while we are talking about even Ayushman Bharat concept, we are trying to digitize the whole India, digital India concept. All those concepts, if we see and study very nicely, I can say that no technology in this globe has been established. No such type of technologies have been established in this globe that can address to such kind of population and such kind of diversities in the globe. Because I remember before 6-7 years, while our Professor Subrat Acharya joined as the Pro-Chancellor from AIIMS in KIMS, many people came for presentation. Microsoft and IBM and many other companies came, that they had developed one software based on AI, and which can, if we give the symptoms of the diseases, that can recognize the disease and give the clues to the doctors. And while they made their presentation to us, and myself, Subrat Acharya, and a team of doctors were present from Max and AIIMS and many other hospitals. All of them, while they verified that software for 15 days to 1 month, we saw that the symptoms and the diseases, whatever they have made, they have taken USA as the case study. And always the diseases are local, because the environment, food, and the way of life, that I can say that generates the symptoms for different diseases, and which was not fitting to this country. Then lots of discussions were being made with those corporates that perhaps if the database of diseases and symptoms, as we are doing through AVA in this country, through Ayushman Bharat, our government of India is recording all the people's health cards, the diseases, their symptoms, maybe if those data are coming to us, one solution we can develop in this country, which may fit to different countries in this globe. Because diversity existing in this country with respect to economy, sociology, with respect to the public health, perhaps that can represent the whole globe. I remember sometimes our founder was saying, and there is an old saying, whatever is not there in this country, in Oriya that is there, Jahanai Bharate, Tanai Jagate. That means whatever is not there in this country, that is not there in this world. That means this country is the representation of the world. This country is the representation of the world. So they are also saying the same thing. If you are able to make one solution in India, maybe that will be the reflections for the whole globe. So that level of human diversity is present here, and whole country today is only focused for the human development. Any plan you see of the national government, state government, everything is focused only for the human development, because whatever we have done till now, our human development system is so strong, academic system is so strong, we are catering to the requirement of all the countries in the globe. We are the supplying the highest number of technical manpower or professionals to the globe. It not only includes the technology, it includes technology. I see the record in healthcare is also very high in this country. The number of healthcare professionals we are supplying to the world, this number is also very high. Even the lawyers now, since last 1 decade, after the successful venture of our 5 years law program, we are sending many law professionals to the globe. I was attending one meeting in London, and there the MPs, the Member of Parliaments of London, they were very much acknowledging their House of Lords, the members of House of Lords, they are acknowledging that now this country is sending not only the lawyers, but also the leaders to the whole world. They are saying that the Indian entrepreneurs are doing very good across the world. That means the system we are adopting in the academic system, maybe that is one of the best model. Coming to the KIIT and KS, I can say that this institution till now is engaged in human development process. And if we take the example of KIIT, as we are offering the diverse program, maybe 250 programs, the programs whatever is existing in this country, and while we are grooming the students in this campus, three things we focus on that. First is brand. While we talk about brand, we say that if we build the brand properly, it can develop the confidence among the students. If I go for accreditation, if I am having 3-4 in national and international accreditation with highest grade, it can be National Board of Accreditation or ABET or IIT, that builds the confidence of my students that yes, we are best among the globe. While we talk about ABET of USA, maybe 10 years back, we all were thinking how to get into this, because ABET didn't allow us to get into for 2 to 3 years. So while we are having all those accreditation with us, academic branding with us for international level, that builds up the confidence. Maybe that is valued and that reflects our brand internationally. Second thing, we focus that quality of education. Whatever we teach it to our students, that is of best quality. While I see the social media of the alumni of KIIT, whatever they write, I don't know, but they always write that our academics is best, our teachers are the best. That means in this campus, we have ensured the quality of academics and quality of faculties in the campus. That shows that how much we are focused on development of the students in the campus, those who will be leading the future of the globe. Third thing, we ensure that each one of the students in the campus, they are socially sensible and responsible. I say in many occasions, because that is the core of KIIT, and we all want that each and every student should understand this, what really the social sensibility is, and what really the social responsibility is. While I say the students should be socially sensible, I think in all the actions, not only in the content, of course we have tried to bring the social sensibility in the content or the curricular framework of the university through this national education policy. We have made our contents so broad. Of course, we have only gone up to the undergrad level. In postgrad level, little bit flexibility we have brought. But in undergrad level, we have made sure that since first year, when a student is joining in the university, all of them are exposed to the social issues. We have listed the 17 crucial issues of the country. It can be the gender issues, it can be the issues of inclusiveness, it can be the issue of higher education. So all those 17 issues have been enlisted, and students are motivated to connect themselves in one issue. We are giving 2 credits there. They are visiting different places, interacting with the people, and after that, the students are motivated, the teachers are motivated that all the assignments are moderated, blended in such a way that any student wants to connect it to any social issues and work on that, it is possible for them. It can be anything else. So since beginning, we see that the students are connected to one social issues in the curricular framework. And in the system of delivery, I was talking to the parents just before few days in the orientation program. There we are saying that when a student is coming to the campus, the undergrad students at 17 years, for first 6 months, in our system, we have made in such a way that for first 1 month, students are not allowed to go outside. They will be only allowed to go visit different campuses in KIIT. They will be interacting with the KIIT faculties, KIIT students, KIIT authorities, and with the supervision of the hostel staff, those who are there in the campus. Next 3 months, they are allowed to go outside the campus to different places in the city, but under the supervision of my staff, faculties, tutor, mentors, and all. And after 6 months, they are allowed to go by themselves. So it's because it shows that how much we are concerned for the students' problem. We want that they should know the campus, they should know the city. After that, they should go outside. That shows our sensibility. Second is that in the system of KIIT, when we say that we are having 40,000 students, we are having so many faculties, and through SAP and different technological system, lot many dashboards have been made. So the teachers and students can connect themselves, they can interact with each other and stay connected with each other. So that slowly creates not only the curricular framework, but the ambience itself makes the students socially sensible. Of course, KIIT is there. The KIIT students are motivated to mentor one KIIT student. One KIIT student is mentoring one KIIT student. So that way also they know that what are the social issues, what they should do to improve the condition of the people in the ground level. That increases the inclusivity of the students in the campus. And through that, we all believe that once a person is sensible, once a person is emotional, somewhere I had read that anger is the strongest emotion of the globe. And I think that perhaps the emotion is the strongest power of the globe. And if a person is emotionally connected to anything, I think he or she can make the differences. He or she can transform the world with that. So with that sensibility, with creation of that sensibility, we make them responsible for the globe, that yes, if they feel themselves responsible for certain issues, they can transform that. So in that way, the system in this world, in this university is running. And when the whole world is eyeing that, how the people of the whole globe, even United Nations in Sustainable Development Goals, they are seeing that how the whole world, 8 billion people, can be sensible for the different issues in the world. We all believe that if something is culminating from the ground level, that then only it can solve the global issues. Slowly we are trying to bring the global, national and regional issues to the curricular framework, and the students are getting connected to that. And I only ensure that the students, those who are passing out from this university since last so many years, each one of them, I can say that perhaps they are socially sensible and responsible. That makes the USP of KIIT. And I think that in this HR conclave, while we are discussing about that how the strong business system can be built up, or strong strategies can be built up, and I think that all HR professionals present here, we all realize, while the core of all the strategies will be based on emotions, the human values, then only the strong business strategies can be built up. So all the best to all the practitioners present here, and I hope that lots of new knowledge should come out from the discussions. and all the students present here will be benefited out of that. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. Now, to give the vote of thanks, we have Professor Kumar Mohanty, Director, Corporate Relations, KIIT University. With over 25 years of experience in marketing, retail, and education, Professor Mohanty has a proven track record for delivering value to organizations. He has worked as regional head for national head of companies like Nico Corporation, Jensen & Nicholson, Finolex Cables, and IMS. I request Professor Kumar Mohanty to give the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody present here. I would like to express a vote of thanks on behalf of the university and from School of Management. First and foremost to Honorable Founder in absentia, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, who has been a propounder of the theory that we need to have a healthy interface of academia and corporates in terms of various industry engagement activities that we have done. And this university stands out across many of the universities with respect to the kind of collaborations that we have had with industry, and we are still planning to have many more. The centers of excellences, the joint certification programs, the internships, the live projects, and it was so happy, and I feel so happy that these are things that we also discussed yesterday with all the guests. I would also like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam for focusing on the areas, the broad theme of leveraging HR technology, building a sustainable growth, the role of diversity, inclusiveness, and I'm sure for the information of all the guests, this university represents all these in the true spirit, whether it is inclusiveness, whether it is diversity, whether it is quality education, or whether it is actually about leveraging HR technologies for a sustainable growth, as Madam said, has been actually being pursued in this university for many years now. I would also like to thank the Dean, Dr. Sumita Mishra, for having led the school to the heights that it has achieved. A special word of thanks to Mr. Samir Panda, the Vice President, KIIT and KISS, because he has been the person who has actually got the team to go across for different kinds of events, whether it is the conclaves here or the events that we have outside in the cities. My fellow colleagues on the corporate relation team, everybody present here for having got such a list of wonderful guests to campus, my faculty colleagues, and more importantly, the guests, thank you so very much for having spared your time and come out. And we had a wonderful discussion, and I look forward to having wonderful discussions in the day. And we are not stopping here. We will be engaging with you for a long, long time right now. Thank you so very much for being there. I would also like to thank those young minds present here, boys and girls. A big thank you for all of you, and can you please clap for yourself, for the guests and everybody present here. Thank you so very much, everybody, and I hand it over to the moderators. I'm sorry, I hand it over to the anchors.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. As a part of the conclave, we had organized pre-conclave competitions, which were a huge success. There were more than 8,000 registrations from reputed educational institutions, which included 18 plus IIMs, 13 plus IITs, 6 plus NITs, and other 75 plus B schools across India. We also had participants from various foreign institutions. The winners of the business HR simulation are as follows. The first position holders are Pallavi Jaiswal, Neha Joshi, and Anushka Saraswat from IIM Kozhikode. The first runners-up position holders are Miswar Ali, Richu Matthew Sunil from IIM Kozhikode. The second runners-up position holders are Soumyaranjan Sahu, Bhavani Shankar Sinha, and Muhammad Amar Sikidi from KIIT School of Management.
And the winners of the quiz are: the first position is held by Shutanu Chakrabarti from Symbiosis Institute of International Business, and the first runner-up position is held by Gauri Tyagi from IIM Kozhikode. Please have a huge round of applause for the winners. And before we move forward, let's sit back and enjoy the Conclave video, The Voice of the Students, made by school's media club in association with Synergy Club.
The world is on track to deplete its carbon budget. There is little time left to make investments in energy and land use systems that would put the world on track for net zero emissions by 2050.
Elimination of biases and prejudices in order to have a more inclusive workplace. HR technology like automated hiring, data analytics, AI tools can be used to remove biases and promote equal opportunities for candidates from different backgrounds.
HR technology can be used for the collection of data and decision making that gives results that are meaningful and can lead to actual changes.
Welcome to the 14th National HR Conclave on the wonderful theme, Building Sustainable Organizations Through Inclusivity and Leveraging HR Technologies for Competitive Advantage. This, in collaboration with our knowledge partner Contempo, is yet again bringing together a galaxy of experts who would interact with our faculties and students on a range of topics which are very, very relevant, topical, and yet designed to speak on the future of work through 2 panel sessions and a couple of workshops.
Everyone is talking and is interested in building a sustainable and inclusive future. And the time to talk about this is always propitious. So keeping that in mind, the theme of the 14th HR Conclave is the role of business in building a sustainable, inclusive future, and what is the role of technology in all of this.
Thank you KIIT School of Management for arranging 14th HR Conclave 2023 and to give us such an immense opportunity to explore the realm of HR management.
I'd like to express my gratitude to KIIT School of Management for organizing such an engaging HR conclave.
Hi, thank you KIIT for giving us such a great opportunity. It was a great experience with a lot of learnings.
Thank you KIIT School of Management for this amazing opportunity that we thoroughly enjoyed.
Our team experienced this kind of activity for the very first time. We could relate the simulation with the real world scenarios.
I'm sorry I'm coming in again, but I want to place something on record here that this HR conclave by far has close to 10,000 registrations from across the country. The first of its kind, and I must say kudos to a wonderful person, the students' favorites, the faculty's favorite, my colleague Dr. Isha Mishra. Can we hear it for her, the convener for the HR conclave?
With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural part of the conclave. We are going to have a short break of 5 minutes. I request everyone to please be seated patiently.
Dynamics for increased sustainability. This panel discussion is a part of 14th National HR Conclave of KIIT School of Management on the theme Building a Sustainable Inclusive Future, the role of business competitive advantage.
Firstly, I am delighted to introduce the moderator of this panel, Dr. Tanaya Mishra, Head HR, Endo International. With 27 years of experience in the field, she has emerged as an active senior professional who has proficiently formulated the workforce strategies while keeping an eye out on the company parameters at the same time. She is recognized for building a future-ready agile workforce for the VUCA environment for Fortune 500 clients like Google, AT&T, Duck Creek, Aviva. She has been awarded with India's Best CHRO Award in 2017 and recognized among Asia's 40 most aspirational women leaders in 2018, including many other awards.
It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ravi Kumar Sir, Senior President, Chief People Officer of Page Industries Limited. He is an experienced Chief People Officer with a demonstrated history of achievements across industries, strong human resources, senior leaders skilled in HR strategy, talent management, industrial relations, employee engagement, learning and development, coaching senior leaders, working with multicultural teams across continents.
I would like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Sani, CHRO HMD Global Nokia, APNC and MEA. Mr. Sani previously worked as the Director People Practice and Head L&D at Happiest Mind Technologies for more than 4 years. He has extensive experience in transforming businesses and communities. As a seasoned HR leader, he specializes in talent integration, change management, and building HR strategies for startup and global brands alike. Along with this, he also holds a LLB degree in corporate law from Chaudhary Charan Singh University with a focus on employee engagement and well-being. He drives wellness initiative and happiness across 38 countries, making him a top HR expert in digital transformation and AI implementation.
I would like to welcome Ms. Pia Som, Chief People Officer, Ugro Capita. Ms. Pia Som has 16 plus years of experience in human resources, change management, organization transformation, culture building. She is a comprehensive leader with all-encompassing exposure. Before joining Ugro Capital, she began her career in this industry by attaining and executing leadership positions in many renowned organizations. Notably, she worked as the HR of Head SME Corner, and she previously held leadership positions at IDFC Bank, RBL, DBS Bank, Barclays, TCS eServe International. Her result-focused professionalism and management acumen helped her gain recognition as HR 40 under 40 by Zombie and ET Now. She is an HRM MBA graduate from XISS, Ranchi, and is an alumnus of INSEAD, Singapore.
On behalf of KSOM, it is privileged to welcome Mr. Somnath Bhagwatulla, Vice President, Human Resource, Asia Pacific of Atkins, a member of SNC Lavalin. He is responsible for overseeing all aspects of SNC Lavalin's human resource activities for over 5,000 employees in India and Asia Pacific. Mr. Bhagwatulla joined SNC Lavalin following the 2017 Atkins acquisition, but has been with Atkins since 2008. He has over 25 years of experience in human resource role across diverse markets. As a member of global HR leadership team, he has played a key role in the organization journey to establishing and growing a strong brand within the communities that SNC Lavalin operates in Asia Pacific. He has extensive experience in strategic HR, HR business partnering, mergers and integration, resourcing, talent management, reward, and running shared services function, communication, HSC admin, and global shared services.
Eminent panelists, I would request you to please take the seats.
Ready? Hi, good morning everyone. How are you doing today? Well? Okay, so मुद्दे की बात यह है कि are you going to get hired or not? And if so, what is it that is going to take you to that level, right? I'm not going to give you some gyan. Neither is the panel going to give you any gyan. These are practicing HR professionals which will give you or try to give you tips which will help you in your journey ahead. Okay? So, we have a list of questions, okay? In fact, when we were coming here, some of my colleagues here in the panel actually said, you know, wish we were born years back so that we'd get a privilege like you. हमारा भी conference होता और हम भी ऐसे, you know, we would have had the interaction of CHROs and getting prepared for what to do. We might come across as very strict, and this I say for my young ambassador, I don't remember her name, Miss Sharma. I don't know if she's here, right? But it's because we want to really groom you and give those nuggets. I want to really thank Isha, if she's somewhere, because she's really gone through a lot with our nakras and all the events that really led up to this, okay? So, our topic for today is demographic dynamics for an increased sustainability, okay? So I'm going to direct the first question at you, Som. So in your opinion, what are the demographics that influence the corporate world today?
Right. Just before I answer the question, I just want to second what Tanya said. I think the arrangements has been brilliant. I think the entire organizing community and my own torchbearer of the institution, Pratik, I think they did a brilliant job to introduce KIIT and KISS. I didn't know anything about the organization. I go back, with a lot more understanding, and it's simply a brilliant institution that you get developed. Demographic dividend. See, I belong to an engineering community. Yeah, I've been working for the last 15 years.
नहीं ये बताओ कि engineer होना ज़रूरी है? Depends on your religion, caste, creed, what? So that's what they want to know.
Listen, I don't think so. No. Yeah, from a demographic dividend, what you do need to have is the attributes to be a professional from an organization perspective, And if you are focusing on the things that corporates require, that's it. Now, I have to just say one statistic. In India, we are in the best place. Like Tanya said, I wish I was born at the age that you all were born. You know why? Here is a simple statistic for you. We are currently 1 billion or 1.04 billion as a population. By 2030, we will be 1.5 billion. 70% of this 1.5 billion by 2030 will be in the working population. What does it mean? It means that this country, in the next 10 years, and there's a lot of research reports now, if someone has put their money in the stock market, they will see in the last 2 months what's happening. People are going crazy. But the entire reason is because the demographic dividend that we are talking about is coming to play. What China was for the last 15 years, I've been in China over the last 10 years, I've seen what changes are happening. All of that is going to come and replicate itself in India. And that, for me, from a demographic dividend, Tanaya, it's going to play out in this country right before your eyes, and you are all well positioned to reap those dividends in areas that you will not even believe, because the entire economy will go into a different orbit, because the spending patterns will change. And when the spending patterns will change, there will be much, much more investments into a lot of areas. And you will see it play out in the coming few years.
Okay, so he said dividends. So here you all go. Okay, so next one. This one's to you, Ravi. Do demographics really play a role? And if they do, what's your experience in the industry that you are in?
Thank you, Tanaya, and thank you everyone, especially Dr. Mishra, for inviting us.
Yes, we're all thanking Dr. Mishra.
Should we not?
Absolutely, yes.
There's another Dr. Mishra here as well. So. But wonderful, it's great to be at the campus and great to meet all of you. Like Som said, I think it's a very unique thing that we never got when we were being educated. So I really hope this demographic continues. And many more students after you as well get the ability of such campuses to teach you. So yeah, does it matter? I will say that yes, it does to some extent, not to every extent. So if you are worried that religion as a demographic is a concern, no, not in most organizations and not in most industries, to answer Dr. Tanaya's question. Second, does it matter where I come from? So I'll just take our country, let's not talk about overseas, but if I'm sitting in Bangalore, it does matter where I come from. And I mean that, is it I'm from the east, is it I'm from the west, am I coming from the north or south? It does not matter in terms of hiring, but it does matter to an organization what are the capabilities that you have, right? So capability as a demographic, not necessarily location. So it does matter if I come from Bhubaneswar, but what do I have as a person from Bhubaneswar in terms of capabilities, skills, knowledge, which can be used by the organization. I think the organization focuses on that. So I'll give you a real example in a place like Bangalore. I come from there. There are lots of people who come from the eastern part of the country. Incidentally, I'm from the east as well. And we were just discussing with Samir Panda that his father taught me when I was here in Orissa many, many years ago. But I migrated to the west.
So no wonder you were invited.
So bad.
No, sorry. Just a wicked one.
No.
Seeing that everybody is awake.
Yeah. No, they will be awake very soon. We'll ask them some questions. But, it's very interesting that a lot of us from the east actually many years ago migrated towards the west. That's a demographic. You'll see a lot of people from here in place like Bangalore or Bombay or Delhi.
But again, I'm going to... So, again, although I'm the moderator, I'll just pitch in here. So when I was in Accenture, we had to actually hire as per the demographics that you were in.
Yes.
Because it takes so long to move from one part of the city to the other part, right?
Exactly. And Dr. Tanaya, this can skew, the population inside a company or in an industry as well. So as HR folks, as managers who hire people, I think it does matter because we need to balance it. Yeah. So that was the point I'm coming to. Thank you for putting that up. So this balance is what organizations do unconsciously or consciously. Now with data, we do a lot of it consciously as well, so that there are no lobbies. As a good example, there's not one manager saying that, I'll bring all my people from Calcutta. So I think one needs to be a little mindful. This data really helps take those decisions or gives those insights at a very, very simple level. At a business level as well, I think demographics plays a very, very important role. So I think it's just now, Dr. Tanaya, that we are coming to terms with that kind of a data. So I hope, we'll get more insights with more tech tools, etc. But yes, the answer is that these things do matter. We may not be looking at it right now. Things like diversity, for example, we are looking at it because it is very conscious. But other sets of data in terms of demographics, I think, do really matter.
Yeah, so I'll talk of only the one that you mentioned, and particularly because, you spoke of Bangalore and, but large companies do have an AI tool that monitor where are you coming from, not because they don't want to take you, but because it's better for you. The work-life balance is better. You get caught up in traffic, so that's the reason why the distance that you were just saying makes so much of difference. Pia, the one is, this one's going to be an interesting one, right? So with regards to students, which is all of you here, who are about to get hired. How many of you getting hired? Want to get hired? Yay, I was checking. Okay. What is the role of demography and what is the role that it really plays, Pia?
So let me tell you that when I saw so many hands going up and all of you want to be hired, one of the things that just struck me immediately is that why aren't all you people wanting to set up something of your own? Like, you're in such a good state, such a good situation.
I want a good
Technology's
job,
on your
madam.
side.
Are you going to hire me?
I'll come to that, but I'll use this stage to also encourage few of you because you're very young, and this is a time where you can experiment. You don't have much liabilities. Before the world catches up on you, just rethink about raising that hand and getting hired. Maybe you're the one who can hire 20,000 people. You never know. But coming back to the most pointed question at me, as to get higher diversity, I would say yes and no, but not to confuse you. If you're a woman, we all carry some diversity targets. Let's understand, as organization, we do want to get more and more women population into the organization stream. Why? Because if you look at the top statistics, only less than 8% have board representation, that too because some resolution was passed, and that is why women got a seat at the board. Around 10% or less is in the top management. Around 12% or less represent the senior working population in this country.
You're doing a Google search to find out if the numbers are right?
But how will more and more women reach the top? More and more women will reach the top when you have more people walking into the industry. And that's important. That is the base on which this whole edifice will stand. We'll have to have more women. And I encourage more women to come in and not leave the workforce. What happens is that you come in and something or the other happens in life, which are important life events. Marriage, children, family priorities. But I would lend that word balance and say learn to balance it and not move out of it. So yes, diversity is important on this part, but that apart, that shouldn't make the boys unhappy, because then we are only talking of 25%
Please speak of
yet.
the meritocracy, when we were having...
I will come to that. So the boys shouldn't get disheartened, because even with this focus, it is only 25% that we are talking of. You still rule the roost with 75%. But having said that, like the point that I was mentioning when we were catching up, is that if there is if there's a male candidate and a female candidate who are equally good, then maybe we'll look at the female. But if the female is a 19 and the male is a 20, an organization will still go with the 20. So you as a female don't get an edge just by being a female. You have to be as good or better, and sometimes you have to be better and still maybe you will not get it, and that's life. That's not me speaking. That's what life will teach you eventually when you will scale corporate life. But you have to always be striving. So do corporates have a focus? Yes, we do have a focus. Would we want more to see more women? Yes. Do we want the emotionally intelligent part of the population to come in and lend a bit of emotional rationale to the number-driven way the organization is running? Yes. Do you have an advantage? Yes, but the advantage is you and not the organization. If you come across as equally brilliant, we'll hire you. It's as simple as that. Meritocracy rules at the end of the day.
That's a great point. So I'm going to repeat the question because I think this is what people would like to hear. So Gaurav, it's the same question for you. So which is with regards to students who are about to get hired or to get recruited, and which is most of them here, what is the role that demography really plays?
Nothing.
That was a very lovely response. Okay.
Nothing. The world is shrinking. We're in a world of technology. There's nothing called demographics nowadays. It used to be. But demographics has to be understood in a way that how are we defining that? Are we defining in terms of gender? Are we defining in terms of our geographical boundaries? Are we defining with terms of our education or something else? Then in that subsystems, there are some biases, which I agree. But those biases are also being eliminated. I'll give you an example. Been associated with a lot of academics and learnt one thing there, is that the demographics will change automatically whether the corporate wants to hire a women candidate. I will restrain to the male or female this thing. A women candidate or a men candidate, or maybe a another third transgender candidate or anything. So the thing is, the intake of the students define that, because currently what we see that the intake of the women has been on the higher side and most of the courses where it used to be less. And you see that everywhere. I'm sure KIIT will have that thing. We had this thing here. The dean was a woman, the VC was a woman, the convener was a woman, and the one guy, poor guy, sitting there in between them. So, and he got the chance last to speak. Did you observe that? When there was a lighting of the lamp happening, they were all women on the dais. So where is demographics? So demographics is shrinking. Just to come on the back on this, on the lighter note, is I have been in different cities. Worked in, started in Delhi, moved to Mumbai, then Hyderabad, then to UK, and then to Bangalore, and now in Gurgaon. It's been working with a lot of cultures. Pehle hota tha, there was some kind of language barriers. There will be a Delhi group in Bangalore. Used to be in Mumbai as well. कि यहाँ का तो खाना बहुत बेकार है, हमें तो पसंद नहीं आता. So mostly used to happen, the groupism used to happen with the food preferences or the language. The two basically as segregators used to be there, language or the food choices. But that choice has also been kind of shrinking today. It has been like we prefer maybe a global cuisines now. We try to do that. So we are opening up. So we are opening our mindset in terms of our preferences as well. So demographics is not playing a role. It depends on you that how do you present yourself? How do you acquire that knowledge? If you are good in cozy code, then someone will come and hire you in cozy code. If you are good in Honolulu, they will come and hire you there. So it depends on us, how are we developing it. So one good part so I normally do that, I take a walk for every city when I reach there. So yesterday evening I got a chance.
Hop on bus?
No, it's a walk. So I take a walk and walk towards the city. I was walking in your main lane here, which the KIIT University is there. Believe me, guys, I was so happy to see the culture. You have changed the city culture. You guys have changed that as a university. In Bhubaneswar, I couldn't expect, and please due respect to everyone, I couldn't expect the couple sitting and hugging themselves on the road.
It's the same all over the world.
Right, but I'm saying Bhubaneswar. So I couldn't expect that.
What's
5
wrong
years
with
back.
Bhubaneswar?
5 or 10, a small city, ma'am. So there used to be like the people are interconnected, and I'm
from Cuttack, by the way, and I've studied in the city. I think it's advanced. Even they were necking during my times as well. So forget about now.
Agreed.
Go on, please.
Okay. But it was maybe not that explicitly public. The culture which is there is more public. Women more smoking on the road. So it is just my observation which I'm sharing it with you. It was not that visible, the culture. The inclusivity was not there. The demographics are changing. I saw that yesterday. So I don't find any difference if I compare a university somewhere in Delhi or Bhubaneswar today in terms of your culture, and demographics and culture is very important aspect there. So you got everything, what you can get in demographics. So let's not fix our mindset that agar mere resume mein, if I written KIIT Bhubaneswar, then I'll be rejected. No, certainly not. But what do you bring to the table? That matters a lot. That is very, very important. Okay? And that was relevant 10 years back also. This is relevant as on today as well. So demographics, there is no relevance in my opinion.
I'm going to get a little controversial. He said nothing, but the reality of the corporate world is, I won't say everything, but it still does matter, So because we have targets, and I agree with Pia. So in most, and to be very honest with you, I have done manufacturing, I've done retail, I've done insurance, I have done pharma, I have done technology, I've done consulting. So everywhere that, it does matter. Maybe not that much, but it does. But anyways.
So when I spoke, I want to clarify here, I spoke from the corporate side. I did not speak from the candidate side. So there's a difference when you have
For the corporate also it makes a difference because there's a target that we have to fulfill, whether you like it or not. In Accenture, I had a 50% women. So I had to promote people who are women. So I'm not going to give false promises to anyone here because there is a target. I'm in pharma. Look, my percentage today is a 91 and 9%. I have 9% women. I'm trying very hard to get in women. Not possible because my plant is somewhere in Alatur, in Indore, where you have to travel for 1.5 hours. But I do have a global target.
So I just want to clarify. I have a plant in Tamil Nadu, which is about 120 kilometers away from Tamil Nadu. My 90% population is women there.
You're lucky, doesn't happen.
So it depends, that's what I'm saying, ma'am. It depends that the input and the output of the institution and the degree you have it. So it depends on that. So most of the institutions which you see in BTech or Polytechnic or anything, the vast majority of the gender percentage is women now. Earlier it never used to be like that. Now it is changing.
And now what is happening is the men get left behind. And they say, you know,
as we were left behind in this life.
No, 1 second, please. I want this up.
Now, I'll just add to that.
Go on.
I was doing a town hall, as I visit across my company and I do town halls and address employees and take their questions.
And Som and Gaurav, please chime in.
So one of the questions that one of the male employees asked me that, ma'am, you've discontinued Uber for men, but you've kept it for women. So there was a reason we discontinued. It was like a cost shooting too high. So my response was that we will continue to disproportionately invest in women. Okay, because let's understand, by Gaurav, with complete respect to your point of view, but the question is that what you see in these quarters, we are the privileged 1%. Like when you talk of diversity in KIIT or any other university, that means that the women is already in the top 1%. And that is not a great representation of what we are as a country. As a country, the representation is far lower and abysmal and dismal. And they're not even part of the demographics and the numbers. So whenever I see women in here, I'm like, you should all.
So I want to correct here. So that's what the point was. The point was not from the ground level thing that how many women are getting a chance to get education. My understanding about the question was that if they are here, sitting here, is there a change with them on the demographics or not?
Of course, that is
so I won't find it. So I did that exercise just to tell you one more. This is a good point. What we did is in my last company, it was an IT company. We came for the campus here as well. It's Happiest Minds. What we did is that to break the biases, we eliminated the names on the resumes, which was a normal practice done by a lot of people. That a lot of hiring managers have this, that if I hire a woman, maybe after this 2 years, and he calculates very accurately actually. बहुत बढ़िया तरह से वो इतना ज्योतिष भी नहीं करेगा. 2 years के बाद तो शादी हो जाएगा, 2 साल के बाद she'll be on maternity leave, उसके बाद then she'll have other problems. So to avoid that, we did this. कि भाई चलो ठीक है, we will eliminate the name. Who is the candidate, he or she? We don't know that. But it did not change the hiring pattern. They were still talking about the skills, the projects, and the university or something you're coming from.
But Gaurav, can I just add to that, if you don't mind? I think Gaurav's right. For this group, my message is, the last 5 years, I have seen in selection processes, women candidates getting selected more than the male candidates.
Exactly. That's what I said. Demographics doesn't matter. Yeah.
But the point is,
it does no, because he's saying females get hired more.
No, but because the female candidates are more in number.
No, more capable.
No, not at all.
More
not
capable.
at all. There is a target.
Gaurav,
let's understand. Gaurav, immaterial. There is a target that industries hold, whether you like it or not.
So, Tanya, you're right, but I think the target is easily achievable in this country, and I'll tell you why.
Yes, I agree.
It's really easily achievable.
Very easily.
The reason is the number of universities and institutions that we have, and the number of companies, the blue chip companies that you all see here, For example, what I did, when I had to hit the target was, I just said, listen, spend a bit more, but I'll go to more universities, much more universities than what my earlier budget was, because I said I will take the top 2%, and in the top 2%, inevitably there would always be women, because they are infinitely more capable. But my message to this group, and I think we should restrict ourselves in terms of key message to this
I'll just
group.
wait for Ravi to respond and then I should.
Sure. A key message to this group is we have a problem with the male group, which means that your ability to differentiate much more. Because, you know why? Because you have to be much more capable. Right. So as long as the difference, you're able to differentiate. Yesterday, for example, Pratik and I were talking. We spent a couple of hours in the car, And I was just asking myself, listen, is this person going to be able to differentiate himself so that if I did come for interviews, would he single out? And those are the things. I think Pratik singled out. He differentiated himself, so it was very impressive. But those are things, if you don't focus on, it will be much more harder for the male group to get, to get in. Because I think women by nature, because of the social profile and all, they're much more harder. The parents, push the woman in much more difficult jobs at home,
But it depends. So that's why.
Hold on. I will just, because I have a couple of questions. So
I'll just add something
yes,
here,
please.
and I agree with Som. Let's look at it from the point of view of this group. This group, I think, take it out of your mind. But fact remains that these are corporates that are going to come to your campus. It's not the government. It's not a charity. They are not here to hire you because you are great. Let's be honest, they are here to hire you because they need you. All of you are great. They all need you. But they have targets, like most of us say, right? All of us have targets. I might have a sales target, right? I might want to sell a certain product and not another product. That's why I come to your home and say, ma'am, please look at this, because though this costs a little more than the other one, I'm pushing this. That's demographics for you. That's reality on the ground. All of us have targets. But put your best foot forward is my message. Fact remains that it's not a fair world at all out there.
Thank you very much. So I'll come to the next question, and this one's for you, Som. What tips would you like to give to the students who are about to join the corporate world from where you stand?
Listen, I think the era of specialization is here. Earlier, when I was joining, I didn't think too much about which industry sector I will join, what sector I want to specialize myself in, and I would just join. And when I'd seen my parents' group or people who were seniors, people just stayed in one company or one sector. These days, people change sectors at least 3 times. So you have 10-year bits careers. So you have to start thinking about, if you are a HR person, okay, start to think about which industry sector that you want to specialize in, or if you're in sales and marketing, anything, or finance. And I'll tell you why it's important. Your ability to apply your knowledge, your domain in the sector, in my view, is becoming more and more important. And your ability to understand the business. See, when I joined GlaxoSmithKline way back, the one thing I really remembered about the company, and I tried to implement it in Atkins, is for 1 year, they made me do sales and marketing, they made me do operations, they made me do every odd job. They made me a sales executive, etc., selling Horlicks and Boost in the dusty towns of Kumbakonam and Tanjavur, only because the philosophy was you need to understand the business, That gives you a very good grounding, because when you are trying to apply the domain, you have to understand the industry. So please, if there's one thing that you need to prepare yourself when you're getting in or when you're thinking about, think very, very deeply about what kind of business you want to get in. Do you want to do a B2B play? Do you want to focus on companies of B2C? Different things, these things matter. you know. And once you start that thinking process, when you're applying to companies, talk to the companies about the businesses that they are working in. A lot of recruiters will like the fact that you've done a lot of research about the company, you know, and the industry sector. Like, for example, do you have a view about which industries will move forward in the next 10 years? You know, and why? Because if I were you, I would be thinking about that world. Always figure out where the puck will be, not where the puck is today. You know, in the hockey parlance, you know, you're thinking about always in 10 years, you know, where the world and the economy will move towards, and then start to prepare today for where will you be. So all of that is something I would focus on.
Okay, so I'm going to move to something which is very interesting. So what is the magic mantra that you want to give the students here? Who wants the magic mantra to get hired?
Get hired.
To get hired. Nobody wants to get hired? Yes, no? To get recruited? Okay. So what's the magic mantra that you would like to give? Everybody, please.
Maybe I'll start, but that was a very tepid response. I don't know. Do you want to ask the question again?
What tips or what magic mantra do you need to get hired? You want an answer? You don't want an answer? Yes? Woo! Okay, there you go.
First, one question here. How many of you are for first year?
Wow.
That's
everyone.
That's the answer to your question, Ravi, because they still have time for hiring.
But still, it also means that they don't want to
But
be
it
hired
needs to
next
be more
year.
focused now.
Yeah.
Exactly what Som was saying. Yeah, go on.
All right. No worries. But even if you don't want advice, we'll give you unsolicited advice. Yeah, take
Because
it.
we've been...
Yeah. We are used to all this in HR, right? Giving unsolicited advice. All right. So jokes apart, but I think a little bit of what Som said as well, extremely important. I think it's good to know about the business before we jump into it, whether we are in marketing, finance, HR, or whatever. We have choices now. I was just telling Smriti, who was with me last evening, that I'm really surprised at the kind of choices that you guys have today, right? So I can say no to a recruiter when they come on campus, even if they're on day one. In my time, I don't think we could say that, right, Priya? You know,
we were not allowed by the campus placement
exactly.
committee, you know.
There were rules. So
they will throw you out.
And the first thing is that not so many companies would come to campus, right? Not like these days, like Som says. So I would say that you have a choice. I think exercise the choice based on data, based on research. Look at the culture of the organization, very important. While you're looking at a business, it's also important that there's a great culture in the organization that promotes young talent, right? So you're going in with little or less experience than others. How are you going to be treated over there is extremely important, because see, all of us are here to work. It doesn't matter what business it is. It's extremely important that we are treated well. And I think the second part, which I was telling Smriti yesterday as well, is all about learning. Do these organizations promote learning? Is it a learning environment? Am I going to learn? Because if I learn at this early stage of my career, I'm going to be sitting on this stage at some point of time, right? So learning is the other magic mantra, I would say, is extremely important. Nothing magic about it. Absolutely straightforward, down to earth data that you can look at, and then look at the organizations that you'd love to join.
Now that you've covered most of the points, I have to do some thinking on my feet. But on a serious note, I think some of you will have the option to join the kind of organization you want to, and some of you won't. Let's accept that reality. Now, if you are in that state, and in both the state, what matters is that whatever you've got, could you give your 100% to it? In terms of, and let me tell you that no work or nothing that you will pick up in wherever you land up will ever be a waste. So when I was like 18, I think my pre-college days, I had taken up a job in an event management company, which I would do alongside my graduation. And my parents thought that it was an utter waste of my effort. But you know, when in HR you realize that the amount of event management you'll end up doing, it is a skill that really helps you. So long story short, one, just whatever job you get, do it like nobody else can do it better than you. What matters is in today's world is agility. In our time, we at least had a horizon to think of. What I really, while you have a great story ahead of you, what will not go in favor of you when you actually join companies like ours is that our patience with people is very limited. So whatever learning that at our time we got, say, 6 months to learn, you will probably be required to come up the speed in 6 weeks or 6 days. So it is a trend which is evolving as smarter, faster, agile companies would require you to be extremely agile. So keep agility at the forefront, learning to work around things. So if there's a problem that's been given to you, don't look at it and say, hey, I can't do it. The first recourse of answer should be, how do I do it? And more importantly, keep learning and investing in yourself. So a lot of us wait for the organization to invest in us and say, jab organization training karayega tab seekh lenge. When the organization invests in my higher education, I'll go for it. It's like buying a car and waiting for somebody else to fill the petrol to be able to drive it. Invest in your own learning. Don't wait for others to do it for you. If others do it for you, great, you're lucky. And I hope that your luck continues. But you can make yourself lucky by investing in yourself. So don't wait for others to make you lucky, just be lucky yourself. Invest in your hard work. The best investment that you can do for yourself is you. And more importantly, whatever work you get, you like it or you dislike it, do it all the same as if there's 100% of you in there. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it won't. Eventually, it always works. So remember that.
You.
Okay. Tensed? Itna karna pade? See, actually, first relax, guys. Take a deep breath. First one is the gratitude you need to develop in your life. I'll be talking about this 2 years journey. Give me just 5 minutes, Tanaya. The thing is...
I have till 11:30.
Yeah. No, I think 12. Yes. So thing is, let's talk about your journey. Abhi you have just passed out from your undergrad. Maybe preparing for yourself for the corporate world. You have 2 years. And let's plan this 2 years. And the relevance of the question is this. First, feel grateful. Never get into the comparison now. You are here, landed up here, and this is the best university you could have got in your career, and be proud of it. Wear proudly KIIT now. Going forward, you breathe and breathe out KIIT. It's one of the best universities here in. आप brand बनाने वाले हो, कोई और नहीं brand बनाता है. Brand का value आप बनाते हो. If I am clear on this.
Oh, that's right? Fantastic. Absolutely.
ठीक है, brand का value आप बनाओगे. आप मेरे को बहुत सारे लोग पूछते हैं, Nokia अभी भी है? I just simply show them my phone. Yes.
That's what he did last night, actually.
Someone, and Tanaya also asked me.
I did it.
Tanaya asked me that you're still wearing this. Yes, I wear it with proud. Okay? So, KIIT, live, breathe, be proud of KIIT. This is the thing which you have to do. You build your own brand for next 2 years. आप किसी से बात करते हो, when you talk to someone, your from maybe colleagues, your friends, when who have maybe got in IIM Kozhikode, यार तो को तो IIM मिल गया, मेरे को तो KIIT मिला, KIIT. No, KIIT. Yes, I got in KIIT, boss. What is this KIIT? Is this good? Yeah, it's fantastic. Be proud of it first. Second part. I'll just very simple language. In my life, I have followed one principle which I was discussing yesterday with some of my friends here. कि मैं discipline और motivation में से discipline को choose करता हूँ. And it's very simple क्योंकि discipline मेरे को वो चीज़ भी करा देता है which I don't want to do in life. Motivation मेरे को वो चीज़ नहीं करा पाता which I don't want to do in my life. ठीक है? Very good example is exercise. Nobody else can do it for you guys. You have to do it for yourself. अगर आप motivation से करोगे तो impact उतना नहीं आएगा. Discipline से करोगे तो you will get full impact. Lifestyle changes we talk about it nowadays. Wellness we talk about nowadays. वो सब कुछ आपके अंदर है. You have to do it with discipline, not with motivation. Can I have your attention please from the gate from here? ठीक है, यहाँ देख ले. I know the beautiful guy standing here with the camera going to click you, right? But still, thing is, पहला दूसरा मंत्रा ये है कि डिसिप्लिन नॉट इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि मिलिट्री डिसिप्लिन की बात कर रहा हूँ, डिसिप्लिन इन टर्म्स ऑफ योर जो भी लर्निंग की बात हो रही है, डिसिप्लिन इन टर्म्स ऑफ योर अटेंडिंग योर एकेडमिक्स ऑन टाइम, डिसिप्लिन इन मे बी working on your projects diligently, discipline in most of the things what you do on a day in day out, because whatever your curriculum and the process has been there, it has been there due to a reason. उसके अंदर बहुत सारा रिसर्च गया है, उसके अंदर बहुत सारा एक्सपीरियंस गया है कि आज की डेट में ऐसा क्यों है. हमें दिमाग लगाने का ज़रूरत नहीं है कि ये क्यों करता है यूनिवर्सिटी, वो क्यों करता है यूनिवर्सिटी. देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च वर्क विच हैज़ गॉन. फॉलो इट diligently with discipline. I'm telling you, you will be a very, very good guy after, or maybe a guy means like both the genders. Good guy after 2 years when you pass out. The third thing which I have learned in my career is, again, if you have these 2, 3 things or 4 things in life, higher तो आप हो ही जाओगे. First level is education. That is eligibility criteria, जो कि हम बोलते हैं कि मुझे पास करने के लिए चाहिए, which is an MBA degree. You will all will have it, and from a good university. It's a well-known university. Second level is a flexibility. Nowadays flexibility का ज़माना है. ये मेरा नहीं है कि मैं obviously I respect that view that we need to be focused on what we do. But if I am inflexible कि मैं इस location में नहीं जाऊँगा, मैं तो भुवनेश्वर और ईस्ट साइड में ही रहना चाहता हूँ. Something I get near to my house. Something I get. वो ज़माना चला गया. Somebody calling in Bangalore, somebody calling in Kerala, please go. Second is flexibility. Flexibility in terms of your industry. Show that. Because a lot of people will say, नहीं यार मुझे नहीं जाना factory environment में. As someone was telling you, the future is in there. You have born in a golden era, boss. हम लोग चांदी का चम्मच लेके नहीं पैदा हुए होंगे, बट हमारा चांदी का चम्मच हमारे सामने रखा हुआ है, उसको मुंह में आपको डालना है. ठीक है. सो लेट इट बी वेरी वेरी क्लियर कि इससे बढ़िया गोल्डन एरा नहीं हो सकता इंडिया के लिए आज की डेट में. और आप नेक्स्ट 2 years तो आप और देखोगे. सो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज गोइंग टू ग्रो. बी फ्लेक्सिबल, डू मोर रिसर्च अबाउट इट. दैट्स वन थिंग विच यू शुड ट्राई फॉर एवरीवन इन मैनेजमेंट ऑल्सो. ठीक है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. And the third part is your attitude. Attitude has to be positive. Nobody is going to hire a negative person. वो आपके चेहरे पे आपकी बात से साफ झलक जाता है when you speak to the person कि how positive that person is. Is he bringing or she bringing the positive energy to me or not while interacting? And it is not a one-time thing कि मैं बड़ा makeup करके and dress up okay and I just sit in the interview and show that, hi guys, how are you? I'm doing good. वो दिख जाता है. It is a personality which you need to develop in the next 2 years. Work on that. When I say personality, it is a softer aspects which is lacking in the young management team a lot. It is not about English. The content which your VC spoke today, I've never seen that in any of the Vice Chancellor's content. Honestly speaking, I was so impressed. First time. The content she spoke, an extempore. Lot of non-academicians don't want to speak with the thing. They have a parcha in their hand. She spoke, I think, about more than 15 to 20 minutes or more than that. The kind of content she spoke, the visibility and the vision she had, it fantastic, guys. If the leader is like this, I see that, yes, there is something going on to change in this. Be proud of it. Positive attitude about these things. It will reflect on you. So these are my few things to you guys. If you want to do this, that's your choice. Again, last thing is, it's a choice. ठीक है? मुझे काम करना है, नहीं करना है. So just to add one more thing, I started my career, I'm a sales specialization in marketing, in MBA. Started my career in sales. इंश्योरेंस बेचा मैंने. उसके बाद मैं सेल्स ट्रेनर बन गया. फिर लगा कि यार तो अच्छा फील्ड है, सेल्स का टारगेट नहीं है, प्रेशर नहीं है, तो चलो ट्रेनिंग में चालू कर लेते हैं. तो ट्रेनिंग किया बिहेवियरल. उसके बाद लगा कि यार ट्रेनिंग में तो कुछ ग्रोथ नहीं होने वाला है, तो मे बी बिकॉज ट्रेनिंग वाला HR वाले को रिपोर्ट करता है, तो दैट इज अ बिगर रोल, गेट इनटू HR. So I got into HR and I'm today in HR. What I'm doing today is that being in HR, I'm doing my business transformation. क्यों, क्या जरूरत पड़ी है? I want to grow further. Business transformation ये नहीं होता कि आप खाली maybe you're changing the people and other things. I was talking to someone that business is understanding about the business. आज मुझे आप पूछो ग्रॉस मार्जिन क्या है या क्या है P&L, तो मे बी आई हैव लर्न मे बी इन 6 months and 1 year थिंक कि आई कैन मे बी टॉक टू द बिजनेस गाइज इन दैट लैंग्वेज. सो आई एम लर्निंग दैट. सो लास्ट थिंग इज लर्न तो करना पड़ेगा बॉस. नहीं लर्न करोगे तो यू कांट डिफरेंशिएट. तो बायोडाटा तो आपके लिए कोई लिख देगा, लेकिन बायोडाटा में
GPT है.
Gaurav, can I just...
No.
एक मिनट, let me complete this. कि बायोडाटा तो आपके लिए कोई लिख देगा, which को हम किसको रिज्यूमे बोल सकते हैं, प्रोफाइल बोल सकते हैं, आज की डेट में कुछ भी बोलते हैं. Somebody will write a good biodata about it. आपने मेरा बहुत अच्छा लिखा हुआ था by the way, मेरे पास इतना खुद का भी नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन उसके अंदर मैंने क्या किया हुआ है, that will reflect your personality, वो आप ही लिखने वाले हो. जैसे हम वेट लॉस की बात करते हैं, somebody else can do the weight loss for me is not possible. Somebody can else learn for me, not possible. Can you copy someone? No. You cannot copy because आप अपने एक इंडिविजुअल हो. Sir, coming.
So Gaurav, can I just...
No, so the two questions are also coming to you, which is the magic mantra.
Just this, if you don't mind. Just
no, but because the next one's also yours.
No problem. But I think this, Gaurav said a very, very important point, and it's really important for us to focus, if you don't mind, because it looks like a maximum number of people here are first year, so you have 2 years. So let's just explore this. You talked about, first thing was discipline, then attitude, and then you talked about flexibility. Was there a fourth point?
So I talked about like motivation and discipline, two aspects,
right,
because that's one thing I follow, and maybe they should follow, and the education, which is they are already getting, flexibility and attitude.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Now, very, very, I think it's a deep question, but something for you to reflect upon. Which course in management teaches these 4?
Nobody.
You know, and that is where I think what Gaurav says is very important. In 2 years, you have to personally invest in building this. For me, this is character, you know. And if you don't build that steel and character, it's not that something is going to happen. It's just that you would have wasted the time. So there is coursework, you know, but there is this part, you know, and how do you build it? Simple thing, for example, he talked about exercise, you know. You can build discipline and motivation, you know, and integrate that and test it with a commitment towards exercise, you know, and make it a lifelong commitment. You don't want to do that 20 years later, you will do it, you know, because life will teach you. Why don't you start right now? It's just that I thought.
No, so the next one is, you know, what's the magic mantra? So I think that's very relevant for them. So
yeah, I think we've spoken quite a bit, and I'll take a few pieces about what Pia said and what Gaurav said. For me, for example, Pia talked about, listen, think about doing stuff which you are not comfortable with. I strongly believe in it, and I'll give you a small example. I was in a manufacturing environment, so I was thrown, you know, actually, I'll give you this interesting example. So I was in Delhi, I was doing a cushy job, a recruitment, campus relations, etc., you know, for SmithKline Beecham at that point of time, now GlaxoSmithKline. And then they sent me to Singapore when the merger was happening between Glaxo Wellcome and SmithKline Beecham. So I really spent a lot of good quality time merging both the companies, compensation benefits and all of that. That year got over, you know, and, you know, I was still young. So I made the decision to go and run a plant. Now, thinking, because I remember my IR professor telling me that, listen, if you didn't do IR, you're not a HR guy, right? 25 years back, okay, a lot of people now poke fun at me, you know, you're still holding to that. Okay, that's a different subject, we can have a discussion later. But at that point of time, I strongly believed in it, and I was running out of time. I said, listen, let me go and do that plant experience. I was in the plant.
okay, they were doing a long-term work settlement. Okay, I was maybe 4 years into the organization. This plant had a militant union. They had thrown acid on the previous HR manager. Okay, that guy got completely scarred. Okay, so I landed in that environment. I knew the local language, but I didn't know how to read and write to the fluency that they were looking at. But they said, okay, we'll take a shot at this guy. The union president on the first day, okay, came and asked a question. He knew I was coming. So on day one, I don't know whether you know how unions act, okay, but on day one, he came with his plate of idli. Okay, I still remember this gentleman's name, Ramchandra Rao. Came with a plate of idli, okay, with a stone, black stone, small black stone, and said, is this what you serve? And he said, I stopped the canteen and I stopped the plant for that. I just said one small thing. For this small thing, why are you stopping the plant? He didn't like it. And he went on a hartal. First day, day one of the plant, me coming from Singapore, sitting in Rajahmundry, which was, if you know, some of you know Rajahmundry, it's a small dusty town, at that point of dusty town, no more. But that is the kind of situation. And I was mandated to complete the long-term wage settlement where they had thrown acid on the plant manager, HR manager at that point of time. The reason I'm saying that is Pia's point came through visually when she was telling me, I did that job for 3 full years. I went home crying every day. I'll be frank. Went home crying literally every day. Today, if anyone asks me my top 5 experiences, I'll say actually my top experience was dealing with that the union leader, because he taught me how to build character and strength, and he taught me how to negotiate. Because there's some small art of negotiation, the art of negotiation I learned completely from him. He became my best friend at the end of 3 years. That's a different matter, and we concluded the long-term wage settlement. But he made me cry for 1.5 years, and every day I would still go, and in the morning he wouldn't see my thing, and I would go along. But that, do a job which you like, because you will never forget. Today, if anyone asks in my company, they will say, something to negotiate, go to SOM. The toughest contracts come to me, and commercial contracts, nothing to do with HR. But you learn the tricks of the trade when you are facing a difficult situation, and it will be almost like going through fire.
Yep.
Go through that fire.
So one thing which I want to take away is that maybe it's good to kind of learn is, and it's maybe inspire you, build your brand as well.
That's on my list too.
Okay. So build your brand. When I say build your brand, मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी सुनाता हूँ. I come from a very humble background. Agriculture family था मेरा. My grandfather was a farmer. My father came out from the village. He became a lawyer. And he's the topmost lawyer in that small city. There's a city called Saharanpur in UP. I'm not sure whether you heard about it or not. My education was very humble. Not a very Xaviers of the world and other things, right? I was a very bad student in terms of laparwa. Not very less intelligent, but laparwa. When you say that, discipline. So I learned the discipline thing after a long time. So uske baad, a lot of people said that maybe the easiest thing, I was the only son, I could have done my law and sit with my father. So my father did not have a confidence on me कि ये कुछ कर सकता है ज़िंदगी में, तो उन्होंने मुझे law ज़रूर कराया. So I'm a law graduate as well. But suddenly, that's when I was doing my graduation. So I wanted to do 12th. I did with my maths, and suddenly कीड़ा लग गया कि I will do my civil services. ठीक है, IAS बनना है. ठीक है, अब IAS बनने के लिए मेहनत करनी पड़ती है भैया. ऐसा थोड़ी बन जाओगे हवा में. So मैं हवा में था उस टाइम पे भी. I went to this IIT के पीछे. I forgot this place. IIT Delhi के पीछे. There was a place called, and there's IIT aspirants are there. This IAS aspirants are there. वहाँ गया तो उनकी हालत देख के तो मेरी हवा गोल हो गई.
Jawaharlal Nehru University also.
नहीं, हाँ, Jawaharlal Nehru University, but उसके पीछे GS Rai.
Rao Study Circle, right?
GS Rai. So IAS एस्पिरेंट्स थे, उस टाइम पे तो थे, आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट 99 एंड तो उसके बाद अब आर्ट्स लेना, इजी सब्जेक्ट लेना, मैथ्स नहीं होता, तो अब आर्ट्स लेना शुरू किया। तो माय फादर इज अ स्ट्रिक्ट गाय, लिटिल बिट फिक्स्ड गाय। इस तरह का बंदे हैं कि आई वांटेड अ बाइक इन क्लास 12th, सो बाइक नहीं दिलाया, बोला स्कूटर दिलाऊंगा। मैंने कहा ठीक है स्कूटर दिला दो। जब टाइम पे LML वेस्पा चलता था, मैंने कहा LML वेस्पा दिला दो। नहीं बजाज चेतक मिलेगा। दैट काइंड ऑफ फादर आई हैड, आई स्टिल थैंक हिम, बट ही हैड समथिंग स्पेसिफिक। मैंने बजाज चेतक स्कूटर के पीछे भी नीचे उसकी नंबर प्लेट को चेंज करा के लिखा था हाई स्वीटी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट डे ही टोल्ड हिज असिस्टेंट कि भैया इसको नंबर प्लेट को चेंज करा के सिंपल कराओ। सो कम फ्रॉम दैट बैकग्राउंड। सो मैंने कहा मैं आर्ट्स में करूँगा ना, आई स्टार्टेड अप्लाइंग बिकॉज लेट हो गया था, नेवर प्लान्ड एनीथिंग, लेट हो गया और आई ओनली गॉट जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया एंड इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी एंड एन BA, PCM to BA। और वहाँ पे ऐसी हालत होती थी कि अगर आपके बच्चे ने आर्ट्स ले लिया तो आपकी ज़िंदगी हराम हो चुकी है। मतलब आपको लोग पूछ के लोग परेशान कहते हैं बेटा क्या कर रहे हैं, आर्ट्स, मतलब तुम्हारी तुम बेकार है ज़िंदगी तुम्हारी, तुमने कुछ करा ही नहीं है, मतलब ऐसा कुछ एक्सप्रेशन देंगे लोग वहाँ पे। एंड माई फादर ऑल्सो डिड नॉट स्पीक टू मी फॉर लास्ट 2 years, 2 साल तक बात ही नहीं किया। एंड ही गेव मी अ चॉइस कि आर्ट्स करना है तो मेरी आंखों के सामने करना है, क्योंकि इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में सारे लीडर्स निकलते हैं, वहाँ पे जाके पॉलिटिक्स करोगे। और जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया में ही हैड सम फिक्स्ड व्यूज़ अबाउट द रिलीजन, सो आई कुडंट गेट इट, बोला यहीं पे करोगे। सो ही केप्ट मी डूइंग कि सिटी के अंदर लोकल कॉलेज के अंदर ही मेड मी डू द आर्ट्स। My qualification was very humble. Okay, so what I'm telling you guys is, nobody gave me that platform कि मैं IIMs में गया नहीं, but those are the IIMs I'm going today. They are calling me for their guest faculty lectures. I am training their people today, and that's only with the brand. So brand plays a very important role. You go to my education, it's LinkedIn. I have not hidden anything in my education. इट्स वेरी वेरी बेसिक। यहाँ एक्सेलरे के बंदे बैठे मेरे साथ, ठीक है। सो आई नो द बैकग्राउंड, सो ऐसा नहीं है बहुत अच्छे हार्वर्ड्स के और मे बी फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के बैठे, मैंने नहीं किया, बट आई हैव केप्ट ऑन माई लर्निंग, बिल्ड अ ब्रांड गाइज, एंड दोज आर द IIMs आई एम गोइंग टुडे। सो दिस इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ अ ब्रांड इफ यू बिल्ड इट अप।
So I'm going to Ravi. Quickly. Your magic mantra, and then I'll speak of my story. You have okay. You have okay.
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
So while he was speaking, you know, and I'm technically the moderator, but I will tell you. I think couple of things which I think I need to tell you. One is that, you know, very similar. I studied in Utkal University, and Isha is actually a junior. Okay, I'm from Odisha. I'm from Cuttack. Okay, during my times there were no DI. Okay, just like you. I used to play basketball. I was in the national team for basketball, okay? Never studied. Whatever I used to hear, I used to go and I was excellent at elocution. I won the Chancellor's Cup. But come 12th, so 10th somehow I studied for 7 days for ICS. 12th I was doing NCC. I was the best cadet for the state, Odisha. ORISW 10153 was my NCC number. I was the best cadet. I stood first in All India Youth Exchange. And while I was learning French, because I was going to Canada as a 17-year-old, sponsored by the government of India, the results came in, okay? And when the results came in, you know, I remember the phone call. Remember earlier, there were no mobiles. There was no Nokia then. So I remember getting a call from home and saying, you've come third. And I was like, how come I've got a third class? Impossible. Cannot be. Then they called again. No, you've stood third. How did you find out? It was the newspapers. I stood third in the state by studying for 2 months. And that also, like you, I studied arts because I was busy doing other things, right? Then I went into a youth exchange. I was with a French family. I speak fluent French because I went for this youth exchange. We're still all connected all around the globe, right? Then I went on to do graduation. I was in sociology honors. I went to Delhi School of Economics. And then I had jaundice and then a relapse. And then when I got back, again like you, I had only Utkal University. That's how I studied personal management, industrial relations, right here. We didn't have campus like you have. We didn't have the Madam Ishas of the world to call us here, right? And then it was a battle because I went to Bombay. I got married very early. My husband, us as an arranged marriage, went to Bombay, put my footprints. And to be very honest with you, when I was at the peak of my career, I was in Accenture with the managing director serving 10 countries. And I was negotiating with the union in Bangladesh, and I closed successfully the Bangladesh operations for Accenture. It was like a 007 James Bond movie. Even today, I had terrible unions in ACC. I did not know what unions were. Because I came from Shopper Stop. I was head of HR for Shopper Stop. I worked across different industries. Militant unions who used to sit and threaten me. Okay? Closed all of them successfully across all of ACC. Then the last one also, which I was the global CHR for Strides. Again unions. And again very, very militant unions in Pondicherry. Who will just shoot you at sight. Just yesterday, I had a big issue when I changed my security guard. Right from the police commissioner to the ministers, to getting complaints filed. But what I'm trying to tell you is you are the brand. It does not matter where you study, what you do, you are the brand. So if you are the brand, then you have to invest in yourself, right? Opportunities will come your way. How do you grasp those opportunities is what matters. What you make of those opportunities is what matters. Also get in touch with your circles of influence. This is the world of networking. All of you are Insta, blah, 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 Snapchat, and I don't know what it is. Use those circles of influence to move your careers. That is extremely important. And then you need to have the attitude. How many of you want to be CEOs? Very few. You have to be ambitious in life. If you want something, you have to aim for the best. Then only somewhere it will come a little lower, right? So you have to aim to be your best. Then only you'll go somewhere there, right? You have to have stars. You have to dream big, right? And then you need to have respect. Respect for people around you. That's why we have the code of conduct, we have conflicts of interest, and you need to respect the environment, the circumstances, your teachers, your peers, wherever you are to make you successful. And learn to be always agile. You need to be, today is the world of flexibility and technology. You need to understand that you need to be agile to move. You cannot stay in a world which is otherwise you'd be a dinosaur. Everybody says we hire for attitude and train for skill. So those are some of my magic mantras but what I'm saying is, even impossible says, I am possible. Okay? So with that, I'm going to go to the next question, which is from you, and that's to you. So while we speak of DI also, how does an HR head balance demographics while recruiting? That's their question.
I'll attempt to answer that. I think it's, again, a lot of data. All of us as HR guys look at data. We do try and see that it is fair. Why I say try and see it is fair, because it's an unfair world. Especially in diversity, where there's diversity of thought, diversity of gender or age, etc. I think the whole logic is that you look at different sets of data and try and ensure to use data for insights. Before you make a decision, you want to hire, don't want to hire, you want to promote, you want to move someone into a different role, you want to populate a certain function with a certain number of people. I think the best balancing act is to really, really look at data and depend on data. Some of us here talked about biases. So I think the best way to eliminate a bias, either in favor of a certain community, a certain gender, or even age, is to actually look at data and base decisions on data. So I think if there are tools that help us, I think a lot of us in our organizations use a lot of tools, look at real data and then base it on that. I think then we have an answer for the people who are impacted as well, right? So as an HR person, I'd like to be able to answer, like he said, someone comes to you with a plate and then they say, why are you doing this to us? I should be able to answer that. I can answer an employee only if I have data with me. So I think data becomes extremely important when we look at managing biases.
Excellent. So the next one is to you, Pia. How can we ensure sustainability in India where the population size is so large? Can we contribute here? Can HR contribute here? Sustainability in India where the population is so large. Of the demographics. Business sustainability.
So, one of the best advantages that India enjoys at this point in time is the fact that our population is large. Some of the European countries are struggling with it. They're wanting people from other countries to, kind of migrate into. So business sustainability, business is built by people. Let's accept that. In a manufacturing setup, if you were in Hindustan Liver, even there people build it, but it is far more easier because you have product. But today's business, today is tech-driven, AI-driven, thought-driven businesses. They're built by people. And you need people. Your people is the leverage. So if you have good people, you'll do more sales. You have good people, you'll develop better apps. You have better people, you have better technology. Everything is people dependent. So having people is good. It's not bad at all as a country, though we often look at population and say, hey, we've got a lot of population and all that. It is not bad at all. What is important is that the more the population, are we generating enough jobs for the population? The answer is no, and that's the opportunity, because that's where more and more people are launching new businesses, tapping into new ideas, giving more and more people opportunity to, grow. Private equity is investing in our country. The number of startups that you see is through the roof. So for me, if you really ask me, I would say sustainability of business from the population point of view is great. But what is happening here, this is where the disconnect is, is at a larger level, not at your level though, is that we have people but we don't have employable people. Employability is an issue. Like we say this, itne log hai, par hiring karte waqt nahi milte. So skill development, moving people into more areas which are in demand. So if you're able to build multiple skills, if institutes are able to roll out courses which organization need from a direct work impact, then I think there is jobs for all. Because today it's not as if I can talk for myself and a few other colleagues from my space, is that not that we are 100% staffed. We are struggling for people. Like as my organization, we are an MSME lender. Now as an MSME lender, we go into tier 3, tier 4 cities. We look at people who would join us, sell loans, facilitate the whole ecosystem of small businesses, pharmacists, kirana shop owners, maybe a healthcare person. So small businesses, we look at funding. And we need simple salespeople who will come here and say, you know what, you want a loan? I will help you facilitate that. But even that talent is hard to come by. Now this is where, employability of that talent in the tier 3, tier 4 or the remotest corner of villages would make a lot of difference. So so in an economy like ours, if institutes and corporates together can come together and join hands and build skill-driven programs where you take people from the ground, teach them basic skills, and then move them up the ladder, I think as a country we have a huge potential. So population can only help us is what I feel.
So I want to add this to sustainability. First of all, आपके लिए sustainability, I don't know what does this mean, but sustainability is something, what are you using it today, will that be relevant tomorrow and I can keep that for tomorrow as well. मतलब मैं जो आज use कर रहा हूँ, will I be able to keep that thing for my coming generations or not? We're not talking about growth, we are talking about sustainability here. So growth and sustainability are two different aspects. There are few things and which Pia told is very relevant, and I just want to kind of build up on this, that now the corporate world is moving out of the experience-based hiring to skill-based hiring. What does it mean? Anyone? What do you mean by that? Corporate is moving from experience-based hiring to a skill-based hiring. Yeah. Thank you. So exactly like that. So अभी ये ज़माना जा रहा है कि मुझे इतने साल के एक्सपीरियंस का बंदा चाहिए इस फील्ड में. The time is coming कि मुझे इतना proficient बंदा चाहिए इस स्किल में. समझ रहे हैं आप? So it's not acquiring skills, it's how proficient you are in that skill will define your resume tomorrow. ठीक है. सो एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है कि कुछ स्किल्स या कुछ टेक्नोलॉजीज को अडॉप्ट करना है नेक्स्ट 2 years में, एंड वन ऑफ देम इज वर्किंग ऑन सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड ESG इनिशिएटिव्स. India is very, very, very behind than the Europe and other continents, and this is going to come in a bigger than AI. Bigger than AI. I'm claiming it today. Tomorrow, let's 2 years I'm alive or not. But if someone of you tells us, maybe this YouTube recording will be there, and I'm claiming it, sustainability and ESG initiative is going to be the biggest thing for India, bigger than the AI thing. And if you guys are acquiring that knowledge and the skill to manage that, how do I do that for my organization? How do I develop my people on that? How do I work on the technology on this? Obviously, that is going to be there. The second skill which I feel personally is important for every one of you to develop is analytics for sustainability. Analytics doesn't mean that you have to be good in maths, boss. No. It is something else. How do you analyze the data? How do you get onto that thing that, yes, this is, remove the biases? How do we use the technology for the better sustainable future? Okay? So technology is the carrier for this. Who's going to remove your biases on demographics, remove your biases on everything, and make a sustainable future. So that is going to be the first thing. Okay? Maybe over to you.
So actually, that was my next question, which you answered. This was like deja vu, because your question was, it's believed that technology can have major impact on environment. So how does technology aid sustainability? So that was my question, which you answered.
I would like to add one thing. Some basic skills, like especially when we hire for HR, and in fact in management institutes, like even PPTs and Excel, we often find that students are not equipped with the language of the modern corporate world. So, and we have to, the first few weeks, we have to invest in ensuring कि आपको PPT आता है, आपको Excel skills आती है. So these are things like very important. These are basics. ये तो basics है. And analytics, like he said, like today I will go on record and saying I'm going crazy in trying to drive analytics in my team. Because because the team that we have has come from, again, 10, 12, 15 years experience. They have never focused on analytics. They were focusing on the work. कि ये काम हो गया, ये काम हो गया, ये काम हो गया. पर कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, कितने टाइम पे हुआ, अगर हुआ भी
analytics, why is analytics important?
It is important because it gives you insights and to tell you whether what you're doing is right, wrong. Yes, okay, right है, yes है, चलो करते रहो. Wrong तो क्या कर सकते हो, उस पे क्या decision tree निकलती है. So, but that bent of mind, like Gaurav said, you don't need to be good in maths, but you need to be good in analyzing. क्योंकि ये जो डेटा हमारे सामने है, what I have in front of me, does it mean something for me?
What is the pattern that it gives me for me to take a decision? What is the PI?
मतलब अगर HR head है, तो उनको लगता है कि भाई इस कंपनी से लोग आते हैं ना तो टिकते नहीं हैं. Simple. ज़्यादा दूर तक जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. अगर यहाँ से आएंगे तो टिकेंगे, यहाँ से आएंगे तो नहीं टिकेंगे.
So we should take a pause, because you know what? I have just 5 minutes and I want the questions to come in from them. So I leave the 5 minutes for the audience to ask questions. You're most welcome to direct questions at anyone in the panel. I don't want to eat up my time. 12 baje tak.
Are we fixed on the timing till 12 or 5-10 minutes here and there we can do? Okay, fine. Yeah. That's what we should be kind of aware about.
Good morning, all the dignitaries present here. My name is Siddhavinayak Panda and I'm a MBA first year student. I would like to ask Gaurav sir a question. As the concept of the preference of demographics in hiring, first of all, I would like to clear that I'm asking this question from the perspective of a candidate who is yet to be hired by an HR of an organization. So my question is, as the concept of preference of demographics is what I believe is out of my control as a candidate, I can't control that. So apart from building up my professional competency, what can I do about that?
Okay. So what is your name you said to me?
Siddhavinayak Panda sir.
Mr. Panda, can I answer your question? No. Have energy, guy. You have not had your breakfast or what? Why are you so square? Okay? Aap question pucha, theek. The thing is, that's not in your control. First thing. Obviously. The only thing which is going to speak about your representation in that selection process is obviously your first, so how do we scan? And maybe other people can. First scanning is obviously on the, when it is a campus placement. So I'm just looking at the campus placement setting, not the lateral hiring. The thing is, it's first is a university or the infrastructure or whatever you bring to the table. So first is a university. So anybody who is coming to your university is your customer now. So I'm assuming that the person, you're not kind of attracting that talent from outside. So person has come, the employer has come there. The second level is you have to have your skill sets very much highlighted there, what you have done something extra than that person. So comparatively, let's suppose you have skills which have been acquired in some of the prominent one, and you can't, and in my opinion, what has been very successful is build up your different resumes for different organizations. Don't have your standard biodata. That is not going to work. So if let's suppose someone is coming from a manufacturing side, you should highlight some of the skills which they might be attracted towards. So in that way, demographics will not matter, your skills will matter. If it's a services industry, then you highlight something what you have acquired over the period of 2 years in that related and relevant to the service industry. If you are coming of financial background or something like that, maybe the PR will be interested to know, let's suppose how PR's attention will be caught there. Oh, this guy has done some project in a rural area on financing thing. I'm sure you will pick up that guy फटाफट से यार ये बंदे को देखना है पहले मुझे इस बंदे को देखना है then PR will go into the details कि ये बंदे ने अपने बाकी करियर में क्या किया है but that is something attractive point for me it might be a retail अगर आपने कहीं पे कुछ retail या mobile devices में काम किया है take an example एक internship करी है तो मेरा शायद attention एकदम से उस पे जाए so this is how you come out of those biases or maybe come out of those external environments. So it's basically the question is, how do I control my external environment versus internal environment? Yeah. So this is how you control it.
Sorry, आपने मुझे पूछा नहीं, पर if I was you, I would first do a research on the company that's coming in. Yeah. उनको क्या चाहिए? What does the company want?
So
right?
highlight that.
And as a candidate, what is it that you have in terms of similarities? Which is the company? What is the role? Who's coming? So, then you prepare accordingly. So one is, what is within your control? What is within your control is the knowledge that you can have, yes, right? Yeah. And how you're facing that interview. See, always there's a question of familiarity. जब भी हम जाते हैं, we try to be unbiased. But, when you're, there's pleasantries and then you talk about the company, how many outlets they have. I mean, if it's retail, like he said, right? So if you've done Pakka, which is product understanding, right? If you know of SS and, which is autumn, winter, spring, summer, which is the seasons. So, your knowledge about the company, the role, and how are you projecting it, makes a big difference. And also, see, for instance, he said your energy, how you smile. Because I said, what did I say? You hire for attitude and train for skill. So those are some of the things, right?
So just to tell you one more thing, I hired a person who was a travel blogger for a content person in marketing. You know why? Because we liked his content. He just cut and pasted and sent us the YouTube link for his travel blogging. And the way he has edited those things, we really liked it and said, this is the guy we want to hire in the marketing content team. And he's doing fantastic now. See, that was the thing which got attracted. After that, we couldn't see anything कि वो male है, female है, क्या है, कहाँ से आया. Doesn't matter यार. मुझे तो वो चाहिए जो ये कर रहा है काम.
और
Honestly.
एक चीज मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगी, like आप HR में हो कि नहीं हो, it doesn't matter. Do a bit of sales in your life. You know, matlab, see, I'll give you a very small example, and this is what differentiates some of the smartest brains in the world versus the not so smart ones. I was a manager way back in my career in DBS. Now here comes a Stanford graduate referred by my CEO. Stanford से graduate है, India आया हुआ था for like 2 weeks, and he came to DBS saying, I want to do an internship. I said, 2 weeks, you're here, you're already studying in Stanford, why do you want to do? No, I can't waste my time. You know, ma'am, you give me some internship and I'm going to do it. And I looked at his resume. You know, this is a differentiating point, and that was like, for me also a revelation. He, in his 2 years of Stanford, like 1.5 years and half a year was left, the amount of internships he had done, 7 days here, 10 days there, washed utensils in McDonald's, prepare burgers here, sold lemonade, did something or the other. Every small experience counts. You know, you have Bhuvaneshwar, okay? You have a sales guy who's just opened a kirana store around the corner. Work with him in the evening, try and do sales with him for 2 hours. A valuable insight one is that you know the company that's coming 10 days beforehand, that 10 days research. One is you're building yourself for the future. You have 2 years for that. Go stand, do sales, 7 days. You know the kind of insights you will bring back even to the classroom and for your life, it's invaluable. And then when you sit in an interview, and it doesn't matter whether a suave Accenture is sitting there or an Ugro or an MSME or a manufacturing, and you say that, you know what, for 2 months, I went to the local guy, sat there and sold wares with him for 2 hours each day, it speaks volumes of your attitude, and anybody will hire you. Because we said that we will train for skills. We are not looking at hiring you. When we come into the campus, we know you know nothing. Let's accept that. Howsoever, how many books you've read, that's the premise at which we start. But when you give us these sparks to say, you know what, I'm interested. I'll give you my personal experience. I started my career with Shrey, and City had an opening in East for a head of HR. They were looking at 10 years plus. I had 6 months experience. And I somehow cajoled the consultant to send my resume, and I finally got hired. And then they called me to Bombay and they said that, you know, Pia, why did we hire you? I said, I must be very good. But he said, no. But in the interview, when you sat down, you told us things about City that we did not know. And we said, oh my God, this girl's so interested in coming and joining City. Let's hire her and give her the opportunity. So I did not get hired for skill. 6 months हुए थे, क्या ही सीख लिया था मैंने. But वो जो attitude of learning about City more than anybody else sitting in City knew, and like really researched the company, and they were like, oh my God, कितनी interested है.
Can I just add to what you said, Pia? One of the things I think, and she raised a very good point, thoda sales kar lo. See, looks like a lot of you are HR or aspiring to be HR professionals. Please, I strongly believe, and I'm sure in some shape or form, HR is internal sales.
Even external. We're always selling.
Even external.
Selling a job.
Exactly.
Selling
So
jobs,
this sales piece is really, really important. And I know some of you might be squirming. You might be thinking you're introverts. It's okay. Just get out there. You will go forward from where you are if you just do a bit of selling. You know, bit by bit, your competency on selling will increase because that's the nature of the role.
Selling is also negotiating.
Exactly.
But
okay, I think
it's humbling. It's humbling first.
It's humbling first.
You know, because people will not buy what you sell, and then you will learn how to sell.
Important part is you get confidence, guys. That's all. कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है लाइफ में कुछ भी करने के लिए. सो यू गेट दैट इन सेल्स व्हेन यू इंटरेक्ट. सो माय सन इज इन क्लास समथिंग.
What is something?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't want to disclose his age.
So just wanted to make them awake. Something he has done, but under 12, class 12, under 11. He has done 4 or 5 internships. ऐसे ही करता रहता. नोकिया में 2 कर लिया. मुझे आगे बताता है बेकार है तुम्हारा ब्रांड, कुछ नहीं है, कोई नहीं जानता मार्केट में कि स्मार्टफोन भी है, बट ही यूजेस दैट स्मार्ट. तो मतलब द थिंग इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज दैट हैज बिल्ड अप हिज कॉन्फिडेंस सो हाई दैट ही कैन स्पीक टू मी ऑन माई फेस, ब्रांड खराब है तुम्हारा, क्या करते हो तुम मार्केट में, कोई विजिबिलिटी नहीं है, पोस्टर खराब लगा रखे हैं, कुछ भी नोकिया दिखता नहीं है, इतना जरा सा उसमें यू कांट मेक आउट की व्हाइट कलर में लिखा हुआ है. ही जस्ट मेड मी दोज ऑब्जर्वेशंस, यस, एंड आई गॉट दोज ऑब्जर्वेशन मार्केटिंग एंड क्या कर रहे हो यार तुम, कहाँ दिख रहा है बताओ नोकिया इसमें, इस पोस्टर में सारा का सारा तो ये 2 फिरंगी लोग दिख रहे हैं उसमें तुम्हें बस हंसते हुए, एंड नोकिया कहाँ दिखाई दे रहा है. हाँ यार दिस अ पॉइंट, इट्स वेंट टू द ग्लोबल थिंग, ही जस्ट पॉइंटेड आउट टू मी एंड सी दिस इज अ कॉन्फिडेंस यू गाइस बिल्ड अप. कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है यार, आपको कहीं ना कहीं से कहीं ले जा सकता है. ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, कॉन्फिडेंस की बात कर रहा हूँ. वो आता है नॉलेज से, एक्विजिशन ऑफ नॉलेज है, फील्ड में कर रहे हो आप, चाहे कहीं भी कुछ कर रहे हो. दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे एक पॉइंट था विच आई फॉरगेट इज इट्स एन एटीट्यूड गाइस, एंड आई वांट यू टू गाइस वर्क ऑन दिस प्लीज. दिस अ वेरी गुड थिंग. सो एक इस पे फेमस सरकाज़म है कि एक एटीएम मशीन में आप जाते हैं, कितने बड़ा होता है एटीएम मशीन, 8 बाई 8 का होता होगा, 10 बाई 10 का होता होगा, से 100 स्क्वायर फीट में होता होगा. उस एटीएम मशीन के अंदर 4 या 8 ट्यूबलाइट चल रहे होते हैं, 2 एसीज चल रहे होते हैं 24/7, और उसमें शायद हार्डली कोई बहुत कितने 15-20 लोग जाते होंगे. एंड स्टिल दे आर आस्किंग मी वाइल टेकिंग आउट स्लिप, डू यू वांट टू टेक आउट द प्रिंट आउट ऑफ द स्लिप फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट. व्हाट द मैन एनवायरनमेंट, ये एनवायरनमेंट का सोच नहीं रहे हो तुम, 24 घंटे से ऐसे चला रहे हो. सेम थिंग वी डू कि होटल में आप देखेंगे, ओ प्लीज प्लेस योर दिस थिंग कार्ड ऑन दिस इफ यू वांट टू केयर फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट एंड डोंट वांट टू गेट दिस फॉर लॉन्ड्री, हैंग योर टॉवल इफ यू डोंट वांट टू गिव देम फॉर लॉन्ड्री, बट फिर भी वो प्लास्टिक बॉटल यूज करते हैं. सो that's how we have to care about the environment, care for it also. This is going to be a very big thing in sustainability.
Okay, I'm not going to take any more questions because we have exceeded the time frame, but just a last question to all of you. I have 2 young boys, just like he mentioned his son. I have twin boys at home, both are working, and both feel as men they're disadvantaged. But what I tell them is, look, it's about meritocracy. It's not a fair world. You have to fight for your brand. You have to fight for your rights. I did that when there was no DI and blah, 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 blah. Now you have LGBTQ, you have so many other parameters. You are the brand. You have to take the world. And you have to tell the world, I am coming. Okay? With that, I would want...
I think there's one point here I want to women are more intelligent and diligent than the men. That's why they're coming on the front today. And we men feel that we don't have an advantage. Let's accept it, guys. This is the truth. And most of the women are intelligent. Most of the women are diligent. Diligence is very important.
What do you mean most?
That's
What do you mean most?
Okay. We will just have the closing session.
Panelists for joining us today despite of their hectic schedules and providing us with some good analysis on the topics what we have discussed.
And now, I'd like to welcome the Dean, Dr. Sumita Mishra ma'am, to felicitate our esteemed panelists.
Thank you so much, Dean ma'am, for felicitating our guest. Now, I would like to call Isha Mishra ma'am to give vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, esteemed panelists, our much loved Dean Madam Professor Sumita Mishra, KIIT School of Management, all honored guests of the dais, faculty colleagues, non-teaching colleagues, and my dear students. I express my deep gratitude to all the panelists here for that very practical, educative panel discussion held on the topic, Demographic Dynamics for Increased Sustainability. In specific, I thank Dr. Tanya Mishra for that unique style of moderation and yet a very structured moderation. And I thank all panelists for their valuable inputs in alphabetical order. Gaurav Saini, CHRO HMD Global Nokia, Pia Shom, CPO Ugro Capital, Ravi Kumar, CPO Page Industries, Somnath, Vice President HR Atkins. Thanks to Professor Kumar and all CR members for inviting such eminent guests. Thanks to our Dean, Professor Sumita Mishra, for her constant guidance throughout and graceful presence. Thanks to the continued support of Mr. Samabesh Naik, Deputy Registrar Administration, KSOM. Thanks to the students for their attention and active participation. Thank you all again.
That was indeed a great discussion. We all learned a lot of insights out of it. We will begin panel 2 discussion shortly. Thank you.
And have a good day.
2021 and 22. He is leading the charge to improve corporate HR practices and the HR industry's access to top talent around the world by developing cutting-edge HR practices and technologies. As a result of his outstanding contributions to the academia, Mr. Amit serves on the boards of numerous prestigious universities throughout the world, where he has helped shape the careers of thousands of fresh graduates in cloud technology. Mr. Amit also has the titles of visiting professor and professor of practice at a wide variety of top institutions.
Now, I would like to welcome Mr. K.A. Unni Nair, Joint Director Manufacturing JK Tires and Industries Limited. He has over 40 years of experience in the industry across various roles. He is a Six Sigma Black Belt holder, a lead auditor, and active member of Quality Circle Forum of India. He is chairman of Chennai chapter of CII Greenco. Under his leadership as unit head, Chennai tire plant achieved various benchmarks of the industry and received several awards in energy management, water management, manufacturing excellence, human resource, training and development, and corporate social responsibility. He has also received Plant Head of the Year 2015 and 2018 award from Manufacturing Today. Under his leadership, JK Tire plant has been rated 5-star by British Safety Council and awarded Sword of Honor for Occupational Health and Safety in November 2019 and Globe of Honor for Environmental Sustainability in March 2022.
Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Sahil Nair, currently a Senior Associate Director with KPMG in India. Earlier this week, he was awarded the coveted Top HR Voice Award in LinkedIn, a strong testimony to his commitment to the HR fraternity and the students across the country. At KPMG, he has played various roles within HR. To name a few, HR business partnering, talent acquisition, talent management, recruitment marketing, employer branding, amongst many others. He is a certified MBTI and NLP practitioner, a regular columnist and visiting faculty at leading business schools across the country. Being a certified design thinker, he loves flirting with ideas as he designs prototypes to redefine human experiences. He is a social media influencer and has been bestowed many accolades as the Social Media Influencer of the Year by SHRM and Zobin for the last 3 years. He runs a show called #Just Like That on his YouTube channel and has his own radio show on Spotify.
Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Sumit Neogi, HR Director of India, Middle East and Africa, the Lubrizol Corporation. He has experience as human resource leader with 20 plus years of experience in business HR, strategic HR consulting, and retail sales and marketing. Experienced in people and team development, HR tech, analytics, HR business partnership, HR transformation, organization design and change management, talent management, performance management system design, compensation and benefits, leadership assessment and development, HR competencies, capability building, HR due diligence and consumer sales and marketing. Now, I would request all the dignitaries to please come up on the dais and take their seats.
Thank you all.
It's off right? No.
Where do you keep it? Sorry.
All right. Thank you for setting us up. All right, I think we're all set here in the panel. How about the students? Are you all set for us? I can't hear you. Thank you so much. A very lovely afternoon to all of you. Let me first of all start with a word of thanks from the entire panel. I think we all echo this sentiment. Dr. Isha, Dr. Sumita, Dr. Kumar, and all of you wonderful student coordinators and organizers. I think there's a lesson or two we can learn from you in terms of your hospitality. So kudos to all of you. Big round of applause. I think, you've been very kind to put up our crowning glory on the screens a while ago. All the years of hard work that has culminated into different achievements, and I have a wonderful panel, a very illustrious group, some of them being glamorous too, being on Spotify and TEDx speakers. So I have a very glamorous, very talented group sitting next to me. But let me tell you that, right beneath all the titles, designations, our achievements collectively, what lies underneath as our foundation is that we are human beings. And I always end up saying this to all my teams, all my colleagues as well, that when you are in HR, as much as the R is important, and you've heard it from the previous panel, that there are cost pressures, there are targets to meet, and this and that. So that's the R of human resource. That is the resourcefulness. But we should never undermine the aspect of H, which is human. And I think from this panel, I can speak up front, there will be definitely diversified thoughts, but I think there'll be a lot more focus on culture, mindset, emotions, the things that actually take us from good to great. So expect that from us. In turn, what we expect from you is to be a lot more interactive. I don't think any one of us enjoy one-way download of information. I think as much as you can make this session interactive, ask questions, share your own experiences. I'm sure we are not the first leaders you're interacting with. You may have interacted with more, apart from us. And you may have a lot of role models or people whom you look up to in your environment and ecosystem. So share your experiences, what you have learned from others as well. Are we fine with that? Yeah? Mostly about interactive session. All right, so moving on, the topic, before we jump to the topic, again, just intonating a little more on the human aspect of it. You've seen our career profiles, but I think it would be good to start with something a little more beyond what you have seen about us. So may I request, starting with you, Sumit, to share something about you, an interesting fact, a quirk, anything that you would want to share with the audience?
Well, first of all, it's good afternoon, right? And I'm sure this what be a nation wants to know for all of you. A couple of things, obviously something which is available on social media, people can get it very easily. And I'm thankful to you that you brought up this idea that we should share something that people don't know, right? So a couple of things which I can share. It made me reflect also. We were talking otherwise. So a couple of things which happens, it is a known fact that people do get a lot of stress. Every individual has stress in their life. And as you grow up the hierarchy within an organization, the stress just keeps on increasing. And I remember one conversation with my manager of past, who's fairly senior now. He said that it's only very lonely at the top. And it was a fact. So one of the ways that I do, which is a bit quirky, is about whenever I'm very tense, I go back to the great maestro who had his birthday day before, Kishore Kumar, and I play his songs. And it's there in my, playlist every time. That helps me relax a lot. So that's definitely one. Second, my attention span is very poor. So if someone is speaking with me, if I've not got your interest in 10 seconds, we are done. As in, it's very difficult for me to then connect on a couple of things.
So are you kind of, telling me up in advance that I have a tough job to do today?
No, not at all. I'll be glued in. It's an effort that I will make.
Students, you're going to all be with me and make sure that we don't let Sumit get bored, right? Okay. Thank you so much, Sumit, for sharing. Over to you, Sahil.
So first of all, thank you so much for having us here and interacting with each one of you. I'm not quite sure whether it's a fun fact or not, but one thing that I can tell you that off late I've been dabbling with is we spend so much time on Insta, right? Just scrolling reel after reel after reel. And there is something that I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to have a lot of fun with, which is there is so much of creativity on Insta Reels in terms of the voiceovers or those beautiful music. They've linked music, they've dub smash music. So what I do is, the lyrics, once they resonate with me, I try and find an opportunity to actually shoot a video in real life. So the video has to be about an incident, an event, a locality, visiting a new city. And the song that is available on various reels that may be trending, I try and attach that song to the reel. So it becomes personalized because it's about me visiting a place, but it is also in collaboration with something that's viral or trending on social media as a voiceover or a song or a reel. And I think the art of marrying the two in terms of impersonation with the video and having the voiceover and getting that perfect combination is something that I'm striving for. Not easy to get because people are so creative, so just trying to work that piece out. So I think it's a lot of fun because it gets you intellectually involved, right? If you have a great song happening there, but then for that song and the lyrics, can you have that perfect picture or that video to accompany it?
Right.
So that's something I'm dabbling with over the last couple of days.
Thank you so much. And this was his gimmick of branding also. You are now going to get a lot more followers. I'm surely you can count me in as one. So let me just take a little bit of a pause and throw back a question at all of you. How many of you resonate with what Sumit said in terms of attention span? And how many of you resonate in terms of Sahil, with Sahil in terms of the reel and the whole social media fever that's taking on? So how many of you are really into reels making? Show of hands. It's a nice thing to do, so don't be scared. We are not your faculty members who are going to audit you. But that's it. Why the hands are coming like, somewhere in the air? Great, thank you so much. That's it? All right. Okay. And how many of you have dozed off in your class during a lecture more than once in the last 6 months? Last 6 months. Okay.
Online classes.
Meetings. Okay. All right. Great. So, you can see so much common things about us. At the end of the day, when I said we all are human beings, we have similar traits. All right. Over to you, Mr. Runi Nair. Can you share something about you with us, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. This is my second visit to KIIT. Almost 10 years before, I had come along with the Society of Automobile Engineers to evaluate the projects the engineering student had done. And this very stage, the awards were given. So that's almost 10 years now. And about inspiration to you all, if I can give, I'm 63. Many of you will not believe that.
No.
I'm 63. I should have retired 3 years before, but my company has extended me, and I'm still on the rolls of the company. And in this 40 years, that's the inspiration I'm going to give you. I have maintained the best work-life balance. Okay? My office starts at 9:30. I am there at 9:30. 5:30, it's over. I'm in a factory, in the manufacturing. 5:30, by 5:40, I am out. On Saturdays, Sundays, I neither take a phone call, nor I do a phone call, unless it's an emergency. No mails, no WhatsApp, nothing. It's for my family. I maintain that. Today when I have come, I got 2 granddaughters, twins they are. Normally on Saturday, Sunday I spend time with them. I told them I will not be able to spend time with them today. So please see to that when you are getting into your career, try to maintain this work-life balance. Many a times we get totally into that and we do that. And also take care of your health. Even at 63, today I don't have any sugar, any cholesterol or anything. I walk daily for 45 minutes. Today also morning I got up, I walked up the street for 45 minutes. I do that. Take care of yourself, then life is beautiful. That's all from me.
Wonderful. I think you're a role model in terms of work-life balance, and I think that's one of the mantras to the long innings that Mr. Nair has had, right? You can't burn out yourself. And working hard, working smart is one thing, but working for the sake of working or working to show others, I don't think that is something that can take us very, very far off. So thank you so much for sharing. Over to you, Amit.
Yeah, thanks, Richa, and namaste to all of you. Great. So we cannot match the energy of the previous panel we had, but we will try our best in a way that this whole conversation remains engaging. And I encourage you to ask any questions you have in mind. Anything other than, of course, your relationship problems that we cannot handle. But anything which comes to your mind that future holds for you and you are not aware, feel free to throw out. No good question, bad question. And I give you an example. We were told about that, tell something about you. And I will start with that I am a HR by accident. Of course, it became choice later. And I envy you all today because of one simple reason. When we were in college, when we were taking our time out, decide what we want to do, there were not enough information for us to equip ourselves to make that one informed decision. But today, you all have that resources, mediums to decide what is there. And today, I think, with all my friends there, it's a mix of wisdom, knowledge, and experience you can leverage. And when I said I'm HR by accident, if you see my profile, I'm a physics honors. I wanted to become a scientist, but then accidentally my neighbor Kapoor Saab's ke ladke ne MCA kar liya, and I had to also do MCA because my father said this is somehow looks a very good job. So I did my master's in computers, got placed in a very reputed company in Gurgaon from the campus itself, and I stayed there for almost 4 days in their boardroom, and I saw HR guys, suited, booted, coming for to tell form, fill this form, fill that form, we will do that. And then I realized this is the power center of a company. I want to be that. Just imagine it took me 5 years of my life to realize what I want to do. 3 years in my undergrad, 2 years in my post-MC, and then I did my MBA, of course. One thing I want to tell you before I pass on to this, that when Richa asked about the question about learning, what we are doing and not, including us bunking the classes, we raised hand. What it tells that learning never stops, never. Even in this point of time, when we are bunking classes, it means at least we are learning something. And that is a mantra that whatever you do in your life, going, whatever phases, you have to constantly evolve yourself for the better version of you every day. And that's what I think. I will not take much of the real estate, but over to you, Richa.
Thank you so much, Amit. And I think on a lot of account, I can say it makes 2 of us. So I have completed masters in computer applications. It took me 7 years before I realized I have to get into HR. I was into hardcore technology. My first job, as you saw, was that of a lecturer. But then last 2 decades has been completely HR, all about human and all about people. And if you would have noticed the team I head in Flipkart, the conventional names are usually given as HR shared services, HR operations, but we've named it as people experience because that's what our motto. We want to deliver the best services to our customers, and the way of doing that is to ensure that we are providing the best services to the employees of Flipkart itself. One interesting fact, I don't know if it's interesting or not, but yes, I'm a trained Kathak dancer in my childhood. Haven't practiced it in a long time, However, the quirk about it is that, sometimes I can become very animated while I'm talking. So all my hand gestures would be here and there, and I'm going to mind myself. My colleagues have promised me to keep me in check as well. But that's about me. All right, so again, another question, and just to ensure that I know this panel is pretty much in between you and your lunch, but at the same time, what is the topic for this panel? Anyone with the loudest voice?
Whosoever answers it correctly, Sahil will give it chocolate, silk chocolate of Cadbury.
He doesn't even know that. All right, what's the topic for this panel? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, occupational opportunities for a sustainable future, and I'm not surprised why this is one of the topics for today's panel discussion. I think right from the time that a lot of revolution has happened around industrialization, then penetration of computers in our daily lives, automation, robotics, AI, now generative AI, ChatGPT, everything seeping into our lives in such a fast pace that even before we realize what technology it is and how we have to consume it, it has already, gone at its peak. And so some of the emotions like resistance to change, job insecurity, inquisitiveness about the whole topic are very, very obvious. And I think that's where this panel topic has also segued into. I think each of the stages of technology development with, when we have gone through it, how many of you really have done something about knowing a little more about generative AI right now? ChatGPT, anybody got a chance to use its trial version? The version which doesn't let you download its report or PPTs, but it lets you at least see or view something. Anybody tried your hands with that? Yeah? So how are we going to define sustainability if we don't know what is the challenge in front of us? I think the first and foremost thing is be aware of your environment, be aware of your ecosystem, get to know what is the changing trend, what is posing as a threat, and how can we remediate those threats, how can we, be a winner beyond what the changes in our ecosystem are offering. And I think through this panel discussion, we're going to cover some of those topics here. For today's panel discussion, we will be reviewing sustainable environment from three lenses. First of all, it's about us, self, what kind of preparedness we need in order to ensure, or what are some of those skill sets, mindset that are required on our part, so as to ensure that we are, we are here for the long innings. Mr. Nair is a classic example. And I'm sure, Mr. Nair, you may have gone through a lot of changes, the way you used to operate 40 years ago and to now. I'm sure there have been a lot of changes to that. So I think it begins with us, self. The second lens is that of the organization, what organizations are doing to ensure that they are more future fit, they are more adaptable to the dynamics of the ecosystem. And the third is all of us here in the panel are from HR background. So how HR in an organization can contribute to the organization to become more future fit and to create sustainable roles for the employees or for people on both the sides of this dais. With that, I'm going to open up for some questions, and I'm going to probably start with you, Amit. The first question is for you. Any use case from your experience that fits the definition of sustainable jobs, and how it helped augment positivity in the work area? What did you do to embrace that change?
Very, very relevant, Richa. But I will take a step back and start from the very perspective of it. So if you see with the current times, lots of challenges in the job bias, how the climate change, social inequality, economic biases, the sustainability becomes even more important to think or address point of view.
Yeah.
And when we talk about in sense of job, it's not only the environmental sustainability, we would be talking about more towards the economic as well as the social sustainability. To the point and directing to the question itself, that I think the impact of having a sustainable in occupation opportunity will be very, very significant. And it will lead us not only for the number of jobs in greenfield, but it will be very, very quality focused jobs.
Yeah.
So what we have seen when we, as a Gen Z or the new generation, when we talk about, and if you as a student will think about a opportunity and sustainability, I think very few of us have an idea today. But think about 10 years ahead. Where are you taking this whole, the idea of sustainable future forward? Where would you place yourself? That is a question I want to answer today. That is a point I want to touch. Of course, if time permits, I would. But then, Richa, I think from the mindset, this is what I want to share. And I will give back time to this audience to think back and come to the question, so at least I can elaborate on your answer, because it requires more mindshare from the audience side. So that's what I want to do, and over to you again. Thanks.
Thank you. So why don't you share it with us now, mindset?
Yeah, I would. Okay, cool. So let's repeat the question for audience again, so at least when it comes, I have a better perspective.
Okay, so the same one that I just asked you, any use case from your experience that fits the definition of sustainable jobs and how it helped augment positivity at work?
Yes. So for me, I will take back 6 years when this AI in the jobs were coming in, and we were in a very I think dilemma to go back to the drawing board, and how do we make our whole program of onboarding from the starting when we're in, and meantime Corona also came. So 2 years before Corona, we were anyway thinking about that how do we make this program of getting someone from hire to train to retire purely paperless, purely from the human interventions and manual interventions. And unfortunately, COVID also came. The use case here is, Richa, that just within 2 weeks, we had to prepare and also make sure that it doesn't impact the general population, our employees and the society. And how does it makes a sustainability for the future cost. So what we did is, as organizations, and you would probably better resonate, that you don't only work for your customers. Your employees are also, as a HR, your prime customers. Unless you are not happy, your workforce is not happy, it's not going anywhere. So what we did as an organization, we took the whole holistic picture and said, since we were diversified across globe, we were people with North America, APAC, and India. We came back and said, this is the ground reality now. And we, as an organization, leave the decision for you, on you, to decide how do you want to take this work forward. So, of course, you're working from home. But I think we were among the first companies who said that you work from anywhere you want. We will equip you with the infra you want. But the only condition was that it has to be a green initiative, right? So what we did, we reimbursed 20,000 worth of setup cost, but it has to be no plastic used, right? If you come with the receipt with us, it should include sustainable or green materials. Second, you must be aware about the carbon footprint. So if you go online, matured companies do come up with their carbon rating of the products. We, as a company, said, lesser the footprint of your buy is, we will give you more incentive and badge points within the company for you to buy more in future. So these are the few steps we did, Richa, in order to promote that sustainability future. And I think use case when COVID can become more prominent for us to continue that practice going on. And if time permits, from the next audience I will touch, but I hope that answers you. Okay, great. Thank you, Richa.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just add on. I think COVID taught us is more ways than one. I think when it comes to work from home, it used to be a myth, at least in Indian environment. And COVID taught us that, how efficient we can be even when we are working from home. And the work from home arrangements for most of the employees were turned around overnight, right from dispatching laptops so that they can work from home to even providing seating arrangements. I was with Honeywell then. I think those are crisis situations which actually bring out the best in you. And that is one way of, sustaining through. I also echo that, in HR world, you will hear a lot about paperless onboarding, paperless payroll, and it all goes about our environment consciousness. I think our, Vice Chancellor also touched upon that in terms of social sensibility and social responsibility this morning. And it's a big thing, HR has to drive the social responsibility aspect as well, not just the processes and the functions and the targets we work around. My next question is to you, Mr. Rooney.
Yeah.
I think first of all, please share with us how you have transformed your career from, at different stages. What are some of the learnings? How did you upgrade yourself? How did you keep at pace with the changing environment?
Actually, 40 years before, if certain things, if I tell you, you will not believe it also. It was there. I don't know when, initially when we started going into IT, how many of you all know floppy disk?
Yes.
1.34 GB it comes.
Yeah.
Floppy disk, MB, correct, MB. It changed a lot. And the industry which I worked also changed a lot. Basically, I'm working for a tire company, and our first customers are the automobile industry. Automobile industry has changed a lot. So we have to change a lot, and with many more things coming, the ESG coming, and the EPR is going to come, extended producer responsibility. I think much more will change onto that. So it was, everything changed. And for me, I changed 3 companies. So each company, I first worked with CIIT, then moved to MRF, and now with JK. So 3 companies, I have worked in almost 8 to 10 tire plants in India, and also I had been to Mexico also I worked, and different culture, different geography, different people, different way you handle. And I think in the earlier panelist also told, when we handle, as a management man, when we handle the labor force, one thing is most important is all the laborers are highly emotional and all the management is highly rational. Now this rational and emotional matching becomes a tough task for the people who are sitting on the negotiation table. And even today, yesterday or day before yesterday, I got a WhatsApp message from one ex-union leader of CIIT. He's 75 now. He sends me a WhatsApp clipping of 2003 when CIIT at the Bombay factory produced 5,000 tires. I was sitting in the dais and the tires were kept in. So you see, just see at 75-year-old and union leader remembers that. Yeah. We might not. Last 2 years before or 3 years before, what that company did, we forget. Because we are very rational. We see what growth comes, what profit comes, how our CTC goes, and we move on. That's not with those workforce. Yeah. So we will have to see a great onto that and work. Second, I think that also came in the earlier panel also. When we set up this plant at Chennai, almost 10, 12 years before I was the heading there, we decided we'll have a mixture of people from state and across. So for recruitment, I have gone across India, right from Nagaland, Sikkim, here also I had come, south I have come, I have recruited, and in that factory where is that, we have got 60% locals and 40% others. For that, what all we did, we had to manage the food. Mm-hmm. So we do have one day Orissa food. Because a lot of people of Orissa are there. A lot of people from other side. We manage that. Language in Tamil Nadu, in the plant, Hindi is the language which is spoken there. Yeah. In Tamil Nadu, Hindi is the language which is spoken there. No one will believe it. Huh? Who learned Hindi? The Tamilians learned Hindi. Locals learned Hindi there. So for all these things, doing it, I think two people I would always like to thank. One is the Almighty, and second is my family. Yeah. They were always with me in getting into it. So that's short answer.
I think your family and your close environment continues to be a powerful force. And I can vouch for that because I'm being supported by my family. They're sitting on the extreme corner front bench today. for this panel discussion. This is just our way of getting some family time together because yes, at the end of the day, I still have a lesson or two to learn from Mr. Rooney in terms of work-life balance. So this was just a way of balancing that. But thank you so much for your answer. I'm going to pose another question for you, Sahil. Would you like to share some examples of opportunities promising a sustainable future? Any example that comes to your mind?
Sure. And Richa, I think before we even come to that question, if I can spend a couple of minutes talking about how we live a very contradictory life. Right? And the reason why I say contradictory life is because, come to think of it, we are spending time as a group, 500 plus people here, discussing sustainability, right? We're discussing ESG in some form or shape. And we actually had 20 of us flying from different parts of the country. Adding to the entire carbon footprint. Now, when you're talking about that, and this is not just about an event like this is about everyday life, right? You both of you all, Amit and you, briefly touched on COVID, and everything that we thought was not possible came true. Yeah. People who said that I want my team to sit right outside my cabin because I want to know what work they do, now said he can sit anywhere in his house, in his hometown, in his village, as long as he or she is getting connectivity, and I'm okay. There is no data security privacy issue, right? And therefore, a lot of saving on Mother Earth, we actually could see clearer skies. We actually could hear birds chirping, at least living in the metros, right? Which otherwise we could never do.
Leopards coming out
coming out of the national
Jungles,
parks
yes.
and the jungles, right? And that's what nature, which is such a big leveler, did to all of us. Now, the moment COVID's gone,
we're back to square one.
we are back to square one. We are waiting to jump onto the next flight, go meet the next client, go meet the next stakeholder, go for placements, meet companies because HRs like placement officers to come and meet them in their office and what have you, right? And therefore, in a way, I'm not being condescending, but I'm saying this is a huge contradiction. That's part one of the story. Very quickly coming to your question, let me give you a classic case of a conversation I was having with a friend of mine. So he has his own gifting company, and all new joiners, like many of you all who will pass out when you join companies, many companies have this ritual of giving you a welcome kit or a welcome gift when you join the company. Many of you all would have received it as well, and there's a huge big box that comes with a couple of goodies inside it. And there's a lot of plastic. There's a lot of waste material, right? And all of that is toxic. So he took it upon himself, saying, you know what, I'm going to now create these welcome goodie bags or kits which are going to be eco-friendly. Now, eco-friendly comes at a cost, which is more expensive than plastic. When he went and told his clients that, hey, you know what, ESG, everyone's talking about it, why don't you contribute and buy this box? It's around 50 rupees more expensive than the other box. Question to all of you, what do you think happened? Did companies buy that eco-friendly box, or they said, no, give me the normal plastic goodie box? Plastic or eco-friendly?
Eco-friendly.
How many say eco-friendly? Put your hands up. 50 rupees more, eco-friendly. Okay, how many say plastic? Original. 95% of his clients told him, give me the original plastic box. I don't want to spend 50 rupees more. Now that was a shocker. Because these are leading companies across the country. They are responsible to report what they do. And when he gave them an option, just because he charged 50 rupees extra, which was his cost, they said, no, आप वो plastic वाला पुराना जो है, वही आप goodies भेजते हो, send it just like that. Now is where character comes in. He said, what will happen at best? At best, my gross profit will go down. I will bear the cost. For 2 years, he sent out stuff which was eco-friendly and he did not charge that client 50 rupees. He said, I will take it in my cost, let my profit go down. Today, out of the 95%, that number has come down to 50%. And he says, this is my way of saying, I will take the first step, I will bear that cost, and over a period of time when people really realize the value of what we are doing, they will partake in that, and then of course 50 rupees becomes insignificant, or multiples of that depending on how many boxes you buy. But all I'm trying to say is, like the way you started off saying, what do we do as individuals?
Right.
I can go back and say, hey, my client is not willing to pick that cost up. It's okay, I'll send plastic. Or I can say, no, my company sends only eco-friendly gifts, and I will bear the cost. The day a client sees value, sees me doing it sustainably year on year, they'll say, you know what, give us the eco-friendly ones and we'll bear the cost.
Yeah. So what's your key takeaway from that message, from that story that Sahil just shared? Anybody? Any key messages? What is your takeaway from this story? There are no wrong answers. Yes, please.
It is I where the change begins.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. It is you where the change begins. Don't think that you can change the world around unless you change your own mindset. Any other key takeaways? No? How about being bold and courageous and doing something different from the rest of the world? 95% saying give me plastic, and one person out of that said, I will go take the shot on my profits, but I will do the right thing. So standing up for the right thing, be courageous, and standing for the right decisions. I think that's a huge lesson we all can learn, because I'm sure that from your current roles of being student and getting into professional lives and then becoming leaders, at that time what you would need is this boldness, this courage to say what is right and do what is right. So thank you so much for sharing that story. I can draw a parallel here. In Flipkart, how many of you are consumers of Flipkart? And I'm not trying to brand sell here. Thank you. If you would have noticed the boxes that we deliver our packages in, it's a environment friendly material, which pulls down our overall profits. But this is a call from Flipkart to say we are going to go down on profits, but at the same time use environmentally friendly material for the boxes. And I have a parallel too again. I am responsible for the onboarding team as well in Flipkart. We also revamped our onboarding kit last year. We brought down the costs by actually removing some of the plastics out of it. So sometimes it's also a thing to say that we are going to go eco-friendly and the cost will go up. But if you really do things in creative way, you can have a balance between eco-friendliness and costs and different targets you have. All right, thank you so much, Sahil, for that. Sumit, I'm going to ask you my next question. Can you also share some of the cases from your domain where sustainable jobs come into picture, which exemplify sustainable jobs?
Right. So, no, thanks for the question and great example, Sahil. So before we get into the answers, there were some thoughts which were coming in my mind while the panelists were speaking actually. One was when Nisa spoke about work-life balance, and I remember having this conversation with my team once. Work-life balance came across as an area we need to work. So we agreed that there is nothing called work-life balance. It is work-wife balance. So on a lighter note, that's what one can look at. But yeah, back to sustainability. When we talk about sustainable jobs, one needs to look at business as input and output, right? One is where largely what are we getting the raw materials from or services from, and where are we going to give our services or raw materials to, and that's where these jobs exist, right? Very clearly, one of the area where this whole focus on sustainability started was environment, care for environment, right? It started with climate change, concerns around that, and so on. I remember 10 years back, this was or even 10 to 15 years back, this was a very hot topic that, at some point of time, you will see climate change, etc. And today we are seeing that, right? The amount of flooding that is taking place across the country, it was not the case a few years back. And it is nothing to do with that, okay, we have constructed and hence water is not able to find out its way to go out. It's about the amount of rain we are receiving within a span of few hours That's immense, across. And this is not only happening in India, all across. We were earlier people used to laugh, oh, India is flooded. Now you see California, it is flooded every other day, right? On that, US being one of the primary organizations. Now for us, we are a specialty chemicals firm, Lubrizol Corporation, and we are part of the Berkshire Hathaway Group as such. Sustainability is ingrained as a culture, very clearly. So we have very clear goals on ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. The important roles that comes in out here, if I take from backward, governance, let's talk about it. Ethics. Ethics is unquestionable. So if it's ethics, how do you define integrity? Actually, is about when no one is watching you, how are you performing? What you do when no one is watching you. So that is non-questionable for us. So there is a role which is very focused on that. Then you talk of corporate governance, which is about reporting out very clearly. You can look at, earlier it used to be, I don't remember the name of the firm from Netherlands who actually brought in the ESG report first up. But, so that's another area, around corporate governance, that it's very important that we follow. Then comes the social part. Social, how we look at it, that are stakeholders. The stakeholder comes from the fact supplier organizations who supply the raw material to us. At the end of it, that's where the differentiation is created. The firms we supply to, and then the stakeholders, which are our own people, and the community as such. So for community, you have CSR. Government of India has anyways focused, told 2% of your net profit goes into doing corporate social responsibility. For our own employees, there is very clear focus. We encourage participation of our employees into community service. That gets an additional focus very clearly from the organization. From supplier side, the role that is very clearly that in the procurement team, there is a group which actually looks after the composition of the product, which we call product mix. What is the product mix exactly? And how it is going to contribute to the end product. Sahil was talking about taking aircraft and coming in and so on. So one of our key product is fuel additives that we sell. So we are designing, we have technology center, and we are a very technology differentiator organization that way. We are producing products which are doing, investing in R&D, which helps us to reduce the carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide from the exhaust of these products. Many of you would have been using, how many of you use two-wheeler or four-wheeler? Have used it, everyone? If you go to retail outlets, you'll get to see there is a normal petrol or a normal diesel, and there is a high-end petrol, high-end diesel. What is the difference? Other than high octane number, there is a fuel additive which is added, which does not allow carbon hotspots, within the setup, which reduces the exit of NOx, which is nitrogen monoxide and dioxide, and also reduces carbon monoxide and dioxide. So we make that fuel additives. It was made by Lubrizol first up. So these are those roles which comes in from sustainability perspective, and I'm sure more and more you will see things moving in that direction. But I must also tell you, sustainability comes at a cost. So, as an organization, if we are looking to have a very focus on sustainability, it will come at a cost. It will not come cheaper.
Yeah. Right, so go ahead.
Rich, if I can just add to what Sumit said, right? Think of it that as a two-pronged approach. One, fundamentally, we've all discussed this so far, that sustainability comes at a cost, right? But I think larger than the cost is the intent, right? Many a times we've all seen that once the intent is clear,
absolutely.
like you mentioned about your own example in your organization, right? Once the intent is clear, then cost takes a back seat.
Yeah.
But the moment you keep cost right on top, then the intent takes the back seat. And unfortunately, only one person can do backseat driving.
One of the two can take the lead, absolutely. And I would also just add to that, I think when we are looking at the cost in the present, we are being very myopic. We look at it from the perspective of a very short run profitability. but the long run in terms of causing the impact to the environment, to our mother nature, to earth, what kind of future are we going to land our children and our grandchildren into? I think we discount for that humongously. And that is a cost which we will pay through our noses at some point in time. So I think just being very myopic, very short-term, short-viewed about managing some of the costs and kind of undermining the intent or the larger good, I think it's not a very good practice. But at the same time, I will also say that yes, I think it's also about finding the balance between the costs and the targets and the business profitability that we all are after, and doing the right thing at the same time. So next question to you, Mr. Rooney, is do you also want to call out some examples from what you have gone through about sustainable jobs, sustainable environment?
Before that, I will just tell about our own sister company, JK Paper. JK Paper, the moment you talk about paper, you will feel that paper is polluting the environment and it's removing that.
Cutting the trees, yeah.
This is the common. But the philosophy of JK industry is that we do have a plant at Raigada. And how we are carbon neutral, carbon dioxide neutral and everything, I'll just tell you how we have done there. What is the wood required for that paper industry? We have calculated that wood required in a year, and 7 times that land we have purchased. And we grow trees there. 1 year this, that way, every year you will get the trees required for that paper industry for that year, you will get from that. Yeah. It goes on in that cycle. So in this 7 years, what happens is, those trees which you are going to cut the next year and the 5 years of, they give oxygen to the atmosphere. So we, the carbon, we have become neutral in this one. Yeah. Many will not understand that. Many will not. But usage of paper definitely is that. But manufacturing of paper in that. So this is one which I wanted to add with that. What you were telling on the sustainable, this one?
Yeah, I think this is one of the use cases you've already used. But any other examples you want to call out?
Oh, about, I had just written down, can I read it out?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. See, many times, like what they are telling now, we at JK, we tried to make sustainability and we created the business sense with that. Many times, you know, it doesn't match the business. How did we do it? We believe, we have taken the 5 P's as a base. People, planet, process, product and prosperity. We have taken this all 5 and we work on all the 5. For the first I'll talk about people. We are doing various things for the people, CSR and others. I'm not going to touch upon that. For the planet, what we did is, in this 5 years or 6 years, we have reduced 58% of GHG. These all are audited figure I'm giving. Okay, so 58% we reduced. And energy consumption per tire, we brought it down by 30%. Okay, we are having in the Chennai tire plant, we are having 100% power renewable, either rooftop solar or windmill. And raw water, we reduced consumption by 61%. So this is all audited, these figures, what we are doing. Then on the process, there's a lot we have done on the process, but very recently what we are working along with the automobile industry on the fuel consumption. And for the fuel consumption, even though you see a big automobile, what really moves in that automobile is only the tire. Rest all are stationary. Okay, we work on the rolling resistance, and we have, by the design of a good tire, we have designed tires which will consume 16% less fuel. So this is, both this have been audited and proved. And, and with all this, we have brought the profits and we have got the customer delight. We recently launched our puncture guard tires. We really launched our smart tires. So all this with respect to the sustainable framework, all are working onto that. So sustainability has got a lot of job opportunities. I think it will come, and what is more important about these things is that we have to start believing it.
Yep.
We have to start believing it, and then it will happen.
Yep. Thank you so much. I think we've had enough and more use cases about sustainable environment. Now let's try to translate that, what it means in the world of HR, what it means in the world of corporate life, and how can we create ourselves as sustainable professionals, and what the organizations or HR can do to create more sustainability, more future fitness within the organization. And I'll just start with a little bit of my organization is doing right now. When we were looking at the whole strategy of HR for 2023, we looked at two-pronged approaches. One is talent experience, and that's where we want to build, we want to nurture, we want to retain the talent that is going to not only sustain now, but also be able to thrive in future. And a lot of competencies, a lot of skill development, but a lot of culture embedment also is coming into the play. So things like agile thinking, creative thinking, strategic thinking, enterprise thinking, you're having a lot more, knowing a lot more about your businesses and how you can add to that, preposition of the entire organization is all that is what is being focused under talent experience. And when we look at future fit organization, I think two things came out very clearly for us. One is how can we reduce the bureaucracy? If some of you who have worked today in terms of being the coordinators and organizing committee, I'm sure you have gone through a set of approvals and validations and check back and taking the go ahead from somebody or the other to do certain things. Corporate world is no different. You have a series of processes and approvals to review and go through. So that is bureaucracy. And the second part is the complexity that we add to our lives day in and day out. How can we make our lives, our processes, our environment simple? And there is a lot more impact in terms of cost. We are able to reduce cost by bringing about efficiency in terms of just reducing complexity around us. So those are some of the bits I can share with you in terms of what Flipkart is doing. But I would kind of relay this to the panel now, starting with you, Amit, to share. First of all, in terms of us to become more and more sustainable as professionals, what are some of those skill sets, mindset, attitude that you think are going to be the winning game?
Yes, very, very relevant, Richa. And I would cover from the perspective from a HR holistically, yes, that how HR can promote sustainability at workplace. Sure. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
And I see lots of faces, "Arey, band karo sustainability, kuch aur baat karo." But anyways, to start with, HR as a human resource, if you see, play very, very important and pivotal role in whatever initiatives you drive within organization, right? And since you are all masters and to be managers of the world soon, the functions of HR typically what? D&I, PMS, diversity, of course, inclusion, employee experience, training, and all that. If you have to summarize HR, these 5-6 functions will come, and you will cover whole the gamut of function. And I will start and touch upon within 2-3 minutes next I have, is that what we can do in all of these functions as the HR to promote sustainability. And what I feel the most important to start with, and I was just kidding with Richa that anything, if I'm not aware, Richa, I will turn it back to the culture part. But honestly, this is how it requires now.
Foundation. Yeah.
And I feel to drive any sustainability initiative, you have to embed it with the culture, organization culture. Why so? So if it's not in your DNA, forget about being professionally driving it. You will not go anywhere from point A to point B. So you as an organization have to embed it with your employee experience and employee culture part, where not only your employees take the sustainable practices in their professional life, but in their personal life as well. We will take the examples if time permits. Second, I think it's important part is, skill development and training also can promote the sustainability practice organizations to the very effective level. Example is, let's say, if in today's world, as the new technology is driving in, many of the rules will be obsolete. it doesn't mean that jobs would go away. It means that new roles would be added. So as a HR, and to drive that sustainability, you have to constantly upskill your talent force. You have to constantly have the training provided to your employees so they understand the sustainability practices, right? So that's also is a very, very important. Third, I feel, from the point of, I think if you cover from the performance management part, and when you are, as HR, writing traditional KPIs of your work, it's not going to answer that simple sustainability practice. You have to make part of that. So I, as an organization, I feel, from the last 7-8 years with the company I was working last and now, we adopted a methodology within PMSs called OKR. And what that is, and I think if any one of you are really serious about a people function, you should listen it very carefully. OKRs are the one where your goals are driven from top to bottom. So let's say if as a CEO of the company, have one goal, that goal will drive down and cascade to the last of my employee. And this becomes very, very important from the sustainability side. Let's say if as an organization I have one goal towards driving any sustainability initiative, that goal of my CEO becomes my goal as an employee at the bottom of that pyramid. That is one part we can drive from the PMS side. Other part I feel is a communication part. Very, very important, because we as a human tendency to look here and there without being forced to sometimes, but then if we constantly keep something ringing in your head or our ears, that becomes our, kind of say, knowingly, unknowingly, we start listening more to that. And that communication is a very essential part. So as an organization, we have to constantly come with that messaging, with the promotion that this is what we are doing. As an organization, these are our sustainability goals. Let's go with that. I will also want to cover, not taking much of the time, is that towards diversity and inclusion. Last panel did talk about that and they covered it well. And I feel when we talk about diversity, anyone, not from the point of gender, socio-economic forums and all that, it becomes, or it kind of intakes lots of fresh perspective, lots of innovative ideas. And if you include that in your sustainability goals as an organization, it also promotes it very widely and within the company. Last but not the least, which is also important, because we all feel money is the biggest motivator. That is the one part we all work in this society. If we can make sustainability practices a part of our compact, Richa, that will also create some change. Why so? Let's say if I'm a CHR of one company, 5% of my performance pay or anyone's performance pay is linked to the carbon offset initiatives I took as an individual or profession. Just imagine the impact. At least some percent of my mind share would be there to promote that sustainability within the company or in my life to achieve that 5% of my salary. So these are the few things which I feel personally, are the great drivers of sustainability within the organization or promoting it the way it should be.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Amit. Next question for you, Sahil. How can sustainable opportunities be promoted in any environment, but given your organization or the domain you're working in? What do you think how we can promote more and more sustainable opportunities?
So I think, Richa, that's a very good question. And before we get to answering that question, I think what's going to be equally important is to have the sensitivity to really know that, is this something I need to care about? Because if I'm not going to be sensitive to the entire aspect, I'm not going to put my mind to it. Because any business leader or HR leader would have 100 other things to look at. And therefore, this doesn't feature in the top 10, it won't get the required attention. To substantiate my point, I'll give you 3 examples. 3 live cases, live examples, 2 from the corporate world and 1 from academia. A wonderful university up north talks about great culture, great place, ecosystem, eco-friendly, all of that. And when they have conclaves like these, they give you great, big, huge plastic mementos. Right? And I sit back and I really ask myself that, you're living in the bed of nature, in the lap of nature. You have wonderful cottages, and then you're giving plastic mementos. Now, how much does it take for you to realize that you're not speaking the same language? You're not talking letter and spirit, right? That's one. Two, two corporate examples like I promised. A large organization, a friend of mine works there, they created a millennial club. They said, you know, youngsters come in, they have a lot of ideas, we're an age-old organization, let's have a millennial club. And they gave them ESG as a topic, and they said, why don't you tell us 2 or 3 practical things that our organization can implement. The millennials sat together, they did focus group discussions, they spoke to multiple people, they got ideas, and they said, we've done an entire business case, and we spend X amount of money on, in the restroom you have paper napkins, right? So let's do away with paper napkins, and we'll have hand dryers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It comes with its own set.
So they went to procurement ordered, you know, hand dryers, all of that. 3-month exercise, sensitization, socialization, sabko bata diya ki dekho yaar, you know, no paper napkins now you will have hand dryers. In the 6th month, a very senior leader walks into the restroom and there is no paper napkin. Guess what happened?
Next day, paper napkin was resumed.
Next day, paper napkins come back, hand dryers move out. And it's happened. It's not even funny. The third example, you spoke about paper, sir, and you spoke about how paper plays a role. Another very nice organization where senior leaders actually had their personal printer in their cabins. Okay? So for the entire staff that sat on the work floor, you had general printers, but for mid-managers and above, you had personal printers. One fine day they said, you know what? The printing is going up very high because access to the printer is making life easy. So if I distance the printer from where the person is sitting, the guy will print less or the lady would print less. All right? They took the printers out and they realized in 3 months, the number of pages that were printed went down by 30%.
Yeah.
It took one person to say, why is my printer not here? I need to print confidential documents and that cannot go outside. Yeah. Printers came back. Now, all I'm trying to allude through all of this is you can align to any kind of vision that you have. You can align to any perspective that you want to align to. But if people who need to take those decisions are going to reverse them, then you're just going to be moving, you know, you're going to have round pegs and square holes.
Yeah. That is true, Sahil. I think, you know, the decision makers, and as I've previously mentioned, you all are going to be decision makers in future. So do the right thing. But at the same time, I think even when the decisions are taken at the top, and as much as your heart may come out to your mouth while asking that, don't shy away from challenging those decisions. I think there are a lot of new ways of working that come around, but just because somebody questioned a particular thing, somebody raised the voice, somebody challenged the status quo. So I think be that voice, be that hand that is raised to say, why are we doing this, and does it really make sense for us to do it? Even if you know that the CEO has taken the decision about it. Thank you so much, Sahil. My next question to you, Sumit, and pretty much probably the last question before we open up to the students for Q&A. But what do you think can be a threat to sustainable occupational opportunities?
So Sahil has already shared 3 key examples, you know, and if you put it in a nutshell, it would be intent.
Yeah.
You know, it's a known fact that, you know, we talk about changing habits, but it's very difficult to change habits. You know, if you are someone who, you know, prefers to get from the left-hand side of the bed, you will continue to do so until and unless someone tells you if you get down from the right-hand side. Yeah, you know, it would be more beneficial. So that's where, you know, and organizations have this focus on change management. A lot of you will also study change management, you know, throughout the year. It's running through, right? So one is intent, and the resistance to change is very difficult. You know, why can't, and I've seen this as an example, why can't the bosses take a print outside? You know, these are password protected at the end of it. You go there, push your password, you'll get the print, whatever you want. But still, no one wants to, because it's a marriage of convenience. So that's the first thing. Second, and you know, I can allude to one more this example of, we obviously were driving sustainability initiatives, and we decided we will not use plastic bottles in office. So what we have done, we have got glass bottles, which are hardened glasses actually. Obviously with it came the challenge. What were the challenges? Someone has to clean, someone has to fill in. Now folks were pretty much used to that. Everyone can go and pick up their small 200 ml or 500 ml Petco water and do it. Everyone was used to be serviced on the desk. Now these are key changes. When when the decision was taken, okay, we will replace plastic bottles by glass bottles, these two elements were missing, right, very clearly. So it became a bit of challenge for us that, how can we bring this practice in? So one very clearly has to think through when we are making a change. A small change can have a big impact. We are, as human, we are born with habits, and the second part is entitlement. One element, how soon can it become an entitlement? No one knows. So things which are getting repeated on that. So that's one first of the impediment. Second is about cost. There would be a season where the organization or individuals will decide, okay, we need to do this because we are preparing a future for our next generation or the generation after that. A lot of emotions will run high. As soon as we receive the invoices, the emotions will become rational. An observation will come from the great finance, finance department that, oh, you are overspending. And usually what happens, any new initiative is either attached to the HR function. Usually you will find HR running the show. Ideally, it should be run by the CEOs or CXO office, very clearly. We were talking about HR strategy, Amit was talking about. It should be a business strategy, and then HR should play the leadership role in that. So financials, that's very important. So a budget has to be set aside very, very clearly if you really don't want.
Yeah.
So these two things are the combination, intent and money, very clearly.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I'm going to quickly summarize some of the enablers that we heard from the panel, and I'm going to request my co-panelists to add in if I missed out any point. But enablers are those things which can help promote and make ourselves as well as the environment more sustainable. And I think some of the enablers are, we talked about mental and physical well-being. We talked about building our resilience amongst ourselves. So there will be change. There will be things that will not go according to our plans. But how much resilience we show in order to overcome those challenges and be in the moment and take on the issues head on. I think that's where resilience comes into picture. Feeling empowered by the changes around us, more so by technology changes, and not getting threatened by them. Use the changes to your own advantage and see what best you can do, how best you can develop yourself as individuals, and how best you can leverage that in your ecosystem, rather than creating that whole noise that there is going to be job insecurity and so many jobs are going to be laid off. I think have the empowerment approach rather than the threatening approach to it. Be a part of the change. Even if you have not initiated or led a change, just be a part of the change that makes sense in the long run. Be sensitive to your environment. We covered that. Not only to your environment, I would also say as professionals and as students also, be sensitive and be kind to yourself. If you can't do it to yourself, you can't do it to others. Be courageous, have a voice, don't shy away from asking questions. And that's what we are going to test in just about 2 minutes, whether you have questions or not. Some of the derailers, things that are counterproductive to sustainability, whether it is for, again, self or organization, is resistance to change. We've covered that. Giving in the way of how things are happening, just giving up on that and say, okay, this is how it's happening, and continue with that mindset. Some of the policies, and I know we talked about the example of working from home during COVID. Actually there is a rationale why work from home was not supported earlier on. Our information broadcasting policies and our telecommunication policies are absolutely outdated, and they do not encourage work from home. But what happened when COVID happened? All policies were kind of overridden and we started working from home. So if there are policies which are acting as derailers, demotivators, it's high time we start revisiting them and changing them. Also, short-term view and not looking at things from the longer-term perspective. What really is the long-term view of how we want ourselves as a community, as a species, as a planet? I think that's going to be very, very important. Did I miss out any points in summarizing? All right. So we quickly open it up. I know that we are a little above the time, but another 5 minutes, Dr. Isha, we can take for questions. All right. Open for all of you. Any questions on what we discussed or any thoughts that you may want to add? No, yes. Everybody's hungry. So are we, but let's have a... All right. Yes, please go ahead. Please.
A very good afternoon, panel.
Thank
you. This is actually from my very recent research, what I did in my master in chemistry. I have worked in a project, Green Corrosion Inhibitor. So this is a question, is any professional course adequate to handle sustainability changes?
Course, is there a specific course that can help us to take sustainability challenges head on? I think I will just take a stab while my panelists can answer further. Is that instead of looking at courses, sorry, can I get your name before I move on?
Anjali Panigrahi.
Hi, Anjali. I think good question. More than courses, I would say, we've just covered a lot of mindset, skill sets, competencies that are important. How you build onto them, there could be courses for that. But I think the key is to have that mindset, first of all, to say that, we are going to create a world which is going to be more sustainable and not short term. And for that, some of the competencies we covered is about being resilient, being strategic. Being strategic is mostly about the foresightedness, the future vision that you can have. And of course, there are courses like strategic thinking, there is critical thinking, that you can take up on. But I think it's mostly to see what is the right thing to do and standing firm on that. Would anybody want to?
Yeah, okay, Sai, you go. Okay, so Anjali, good, great. Glad you asked it because, the topic kind of resonates what we want to do next.
Yeah.
What is there today, it's fine. But unless you don't divulge into something which needs to be done in future, the discussion remains unfulfilled. And I'm very happy you asked. So there are two ways. One, what are the existing courses? So I went back, again, with the help of resources, I see a couple of IITs are also offering in sustainable engineering.
Yep.
Those are the certificate diplomas. But what I figured out, instead of doing it, the better way of doing it is, you should enroll yourself in a research work as a post-fellowship or a fellowship in any of the universities or the institute of your choice to do your PhD or thesis on that. That would be the most accurate way of, first of all, you contributing towards the cause, and second, learning as well as in the path journey. That's, I think, I figured out is a well way of doing it, Anjali.
Yeah. Over to you, Sahil.
Yeah, just to add on to what both of them already said, if you've heard of Swayam, the Government of India initiative, there are a lot of courses on sustainability. And don't want to sound as if I'm promoting my organization, but we also do a lot of certifications in the ESG space. You can look up our website and you'll have a lot more details there.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anjali, for
Thank
that
you.
question.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Any questions? Yes, please. Gentleman here. May I request you to raise your full hands because the half hands are just somewhere getting camouflaged. Yes, slightly actually, not too much.
Hello. Ma'am, I'm Ankit Roy. What is the role of HR while designing sustainable future for existing employees?
Okay, so you are Ankit, and Ankit is asking what is the role of HR in designing sustainable future in the organization. Anybody wants to take that question?
Yeah. So whose future actually?
Of existing employees.
Employees, right?
Shall I answer that?
Yes.
Shall I answer that?
Yeah.
See, HR role will be in three forms. One is learn. Second, more difficult one is unlearn. That is what all people learned, all this were relevant at that point of time. Today it's not. So they will have to teach how to unlearn, then relearn. Relearn will be one more level more than what they learned. So this, I think they will be the moderator for that, not this one. So that will be one big role HR will have to do it. And they will have to work onto the existing skill, reskill and upskill. These two areas if they do, I think they will be doing a big portion of that.
I think Mr. Uni has summarized it quite well. Sahil, you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just build on what Oni said, right? So you have someone who's 63 years on the panel, and you have someone whose age is lesser than his experience. Now, HR's job is going to see how do you bring out the best of every single person, just like Richa is doing as a fantastic moderator, right? You will have people who will have great experience. You will have people who will have newer perspectives. You will have someone who understands the business so well that if you ask him anything about his organization, he can tell you why is it that your soul temperature is controlled by a lubricant that his company manufactures, and therefore you don't sweat as much. You'll have Amit, who will give you a fantastic perspective what happens at NITs, IITs, because he's at colleges every day of the week, right? And therefore interacting with India's future talent. So to build a sustainable organization, it's not just about one persona of people, it's about multi-generational and trying to see that if someone is fit at the age of 63 or 83 or 93, how is it that you build on that expertise of that person, make that person valuable, respected, and at the same time, someone who's 16, not legally employable, but yet find a way to get his or her ideas to come in and build in longevity. And that's my answer for HR.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to add one more point to it. I think as HR, there's another approach, and in combination of what has been shared here is also about inward and outward looking. Inward is you look internally to say how we are doing things, assess that in a very fair manner, not biased manner to show everything hunky-dory, but assess, do a real-time dipstick analysis of how things are happening. And outward is understand, learn from your industry, from your marketplace to understand what are others doing that we can also best practice and bring in, and that is going to take us to the next level. So most of the times this ego that, we are the best and whatever we are doing is the best doesn't help you really. And there's so much more that you can learn from your peer group, from your peer industries. A lot more can be achieved there. Not everything needs to be created right from scratch, but thank you for that question, Ankit. Any more we have? Last questions? Yeah, sure. Amit wants to add to that.
So not on top of that, but so this is just something I wanted to share, but no, I respected time. Let me share something. Over the last 3-4 years, I have hired almost double-digit candidates from KIIT. And by far, so appreciation to what your academician professors. You guys are one of the best brilliant lots we experience in a company. So give yourself that applaud, that appreciation. And why I want to tell you that, you are at the very right place today to make that impact for the future of sustainability practices we are talking about. And another 30 seconds and I will give back to Richa. Just all I need is just one soul in this room to take that initiative, raise the hand and introduce himself or herself 10 years ahead of life, what you have done in that sustainability. Or where you see yourself 10 years from today adopting to what you have done. If you can introduce that, and you listen to that girl which just raised her hand, and then you will get your answers that what we are all from the last 2 hours trying to contemplate, summarize, give you back. But unless you don't yourself introspect and go back and think about the future, everything is so superficial and meaningless. So please, 10 years in the future, imagining what you have done, taking sustainability practices.
Thank you. We're going to take one last question from from you, sir. And before we close off, if there are more questions, feel free to tag us and on our LinkedIn profiles or route your questions through Dr. Isha. We'll be more than happy to come back to you with consolidated answers. We can do that, right? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Ankit Naik, and I'm from MBA first year. My question is to Sahil sir. Sir, you talked about sustainability comes at a cost. So what if the guy is employed? If we get employed in the field of sustainability, and you also said that sustainability is usually not the top 10 concerns of an HR manager. Suppose a company takes a recession hits, and will we be the first one to lose the jobs?
The mic also took some time to come on to answer that. But on a lighter note, I think I didn't say that it's not to the top 10 concerns. I said in case it is not the top 10, then there's a problem. So the point that I was trying to make, just to clarify, was to say, if anything, let's take an example of your own health. Okay, so many of us take gym memberships on 1st of January, right? And on the 10th of January, you stop going to the gym. So anything that you don't give focus to will not be a priority. If it's not a priority, it will not get action. Now to your question on taking a job in that space, if that remains a focus area for the organization, you will continue doing work in that space. If something else becomes a larger focus area, your initiatives, your activities will get slightly deprioritized. That doesn't mean that you'll end up losing a job, right? And of course, I don't think you need to operate from a space of fear, because if you're good at what you do, and if you have an interest in what you do, the world is waiting for you. So it's not just about one organization where you will contribute or you won't contribute, or if their focus changes, you'll end up losing a job. It doesn't work that way. I'm sure there are many people out there who will want to have you on their team if you're brilliant at what you do. So that's my limited point. What do you want to add?
Yeah, I will just add. See, long before, when banks moved to computerization, there was a big resistance. The trade unions or the bank trade unions all resisted that it will kill the jobs in the bank. It didn't happen. If you see today, it didn't happen. So we need not get scared about that. If one thing is moving out, definitely there will 2-3 things more which will be coming up. So in this also, sustainability, when you are going to get into that, to whom are we doing that? Actually, we are doing it for you all. Like I am doing it for you all, for the next generation. When you do it, you are going to do it for the next generation. So once you are, you are getting onto this, so what is more important for that is that what is your value system? What is your beliefs? If this two matches, then you need not worry about that.
Thank you. Let's
Yeah,
hear from Sumit.
thank you. And, to you and the previous gentleman who had asked a question about enabling what will HR do and so on. So a couple of things which I can add, and I'll quote what Unni sir also said some time back. It is about skill. One needs to continue to skill, and if you are looking at specialization only in one domain, you will not survive. You need to have at least specialization in 2. So for example, let's talk human resources. If you are in human resources, develop capability in another skill, which can be analytics, right? Which can be anything else, which is there. You need to understand a bit more. Any skill that helps you understand the business better will help you survive. That's the first part of it. So develop dual skills. A lot of leaders, CXOs I see these days are actually on various online portals, or they are actually going through courses which will help them skill themselves very clearly. So that's one. Second part is about HR's job is to hire, HR's job is to fire as well. So you would be the last to be fired. Don't have to worry on that. So if the organization is closing down, you are safe.
I would just say that my take on that would be, I think, be a keen learner, keep learning new things. All of us, we were not born leaders like how we are right now. We've learned through our career journey. We've raised our hands for different initiatives or different projects that were going on in the organization, even when we had not done that before. I think that's one thing. We don't shy away from learning. And whatever you're doing currently, do it to your best. Every organization keeps a watch for its key talent. Key talents are nobody else but the people who have high integrity, show the best values, and perform really well in what they're doing currently. then the organizations start taking care of such talent. So be one of them, which is the key talent. And for that, as much as the skill is important, I think your own value system, your own behaviors, your own values will come a lot in the play. So integrity, honesty, hardworking, not shying away from taking additional responsibilities are just some of the things that I can really call out to say that can really put you in a good stead to be a key talent. So be that, do your current work to your really best, and I think then organizations really help you sustain within the same organization also. By the way, all of you are yet to start your career, so I would say stop worrying about getting fired. Be more concerned and focused about getting hired. And like how Pia earlier mentioned, if you have entrepreneurial skills, don't shy away from that also. Give it a try. Take calculated risks, but follow whatever you can do passionately. I think passion drives you like nothing else. All right. I'm afraid we won't be able to take any more questions here. But as I said, if you have more questions, more than happy to receive them through Dr. Isha, and we'll all come back to you with answers or basically our experiences. Thank you so much for being patient listeners and for participating. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my co-panelists.
Especially, I want to thank all the panelists for taking the time out of their busy schedules to speak with us today and provide us with some excellent analysis on all the topics that we have covered. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Sumita Mishra to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Professor Isha Mishro to give vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, esteemed panelists, honored guests of the dais, Dean Madam, KIIT School of Management, faculty colleagues, non-teaching colleagues, and my dear students. I express my deep gratitude to all panelists here for that very structured and informative panel discussion. Held on the topic Occupational Opportunities for a Sustainable Future. In specific, I thank Richa Verma Agarwal for her very methodical way of moderation. And I thank all panelists for their valuable inputs. In alphabetical order, Amit Kataria, K. Unni Nair, Sahil Nair, and Sumit Yogi. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks to Professor Kumar and the entire CR team for getting such kind of guests here. Thanks to Dean Madam for always supporting. Thanks to the continued support of Mr. Samabesh Nayak, Deputy Registrar Administration. All the arrangements are because of him. And thank you, students, for your attention and active participation. Thank you all. And now, students, you can move on for lunch and then join for the synergistics workshops which we have post-lunch. And I'll request our students' point of contact to please escort our guests to the management room for lunch.